Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And I'm really happy to be back. We got Kyle back behind the glass. Kyle was helping out with some of the other shows, the morning shows. So we are back on the same page, back on the level that we need to be on. And we have a lot to discuss, man. We have a ton to discuss. And the number one thing that we have to discuss is it felt like a long weekend. I would never say that, I'm excited for the weekend to end. I had a great time with the fam, but so much happened during that time that all I'll say is I'm very excited to be back. And so much of nothing happened from Wednesday night. We had off Thursday and Friday. From Wednesday night, that's when everything got a little bit spicy, to today, to right now, it was a bunch of nothing. And I'm not going to sit here all grandiose saying, no, people are doing it for clicks, this, that, the third. I'm not going to do that because that's the name of the game, right? It's the name of the game. But what I will say is that right now I feel like Sacramento's Batman. Dave ain't in here. He's out. We actually don't know where Dave is because he's always traveling somewhere going. Dave loves a good combo trip. I was just joking with Jason about that. But I feel like I need to be Sacramento's Batman because a lot of you out there deserve better. Okay? And I know there is a distinct difference between Kings fans that more so listen digitally or watch digitally, Kings fans that listen in the car, and that overlap with Kings social media, whether it be Reddit, Twitter, whatever the case may be. But people are out here running around, talking about source this, source that, a bunch of craziness, and they're just not getting checked, right? So, again, 4-hour show, and throughout it, some of it needs to be checked. People need to be held accountable because you're starting another Warriors King war for absolutely no reason. But those of you who have been listening to the show, and we appreciate you listening, however you may be listening, you understand that the Carmichael Daves of the world, myself as well, we never swayed from our stance and what it was. It didn't get close. Anthony Slater said it didn't get close. Brett Seagull is going to join us at 11. Didn't get close. Okay? And if you just follow the people in this league who have a lot to lose, the Sam Amics of the world, guys like that, you will not get your heart broken. You will not feel hoodwinked, bamboozled, and things like that. So it's going to be a fun show today. Kyle, how was your weekend? Did you go anywhere?
Nope. I was here for basically 5 days. That morning show, man, you finish at 10 o'clock on Wednesday and you basically got yourself a 5-day weekend. So I was here. I recharged after, God, what has it been? 6 or 7 months of doing this show every week. This was the longest break we've had doing the show. So it was a big recharge the batteries weekend for me. And it's weird coming back here after not doing the show for the week. It's like, this is the familiar spot, but I haven't been here since last Friday. It's so nice to be back.
Well, we're glad to have you back. And like I said, you're in the middle of 30 minutes, no commercials, commercial-free sports talk here as we do at the top of every single hour. Speaking of the top of every single hour, we will have Brett Seagull of Clutch Points, who was a part of some of this nothingness, right? A part of the rumor mill. Brett just giving his take on things. I know Brett is very connected throughout the league. So we're going to get Brett's take on all this at 11 o'clock as well. And again, at 10:30, there are some things that I just need to clear up. So that's coming up at 10:30. The big news today with a trade that did actually happen, color me shocked, Miami Heat, they finally got their scoring wing, and, he's younger than DeMar DeRozan, and he's maybe better than DeMar DeRozan. Norman Powell is on his way to Miami, and I think, again, whenever you don't see something coming, because I still have random Miami Heat people in my algorithm from some of those rumors, right? Nobody was talking about Norman Powell. And a wise person once told me, they said, once you start hearing rumors, unless it's the most obvious thing ever, once you start hearing rumors or you're hearing rumors for too long, it's probably not going to happen. And I don't know that that's the case with Jonathan Kuminga, but all I know is nobody was talking about Norman Powell to Miami, John Collins to Los Angeles, and Kevin Love to the Abyss. Nobody was talking about that.
Kevin Love will get bought out. He'll end up somewhere.
He better.
You know what is really interesting about this deal specifically is not the Norman Powell trade itself. It's just what it means for the Clippers at large.
Yeah.
But I think the bigger point to what you're talking about is once those rumors get out there, it means they've been talking for days and they've reached an impasse, and people just start talking because they're frustrated by the other team.
And honestly, that's what we saw. I believe that's what we saw over this weekend with Jonathan Kuminga. Now, it's not done, right? Anything can happen, but I believe that's a little bit of what happened. I'm not saying that Kings Twitter and Warriors Twitter ruined the deal. I'm not saying that. But once this thing just kind of sits and soaks, it just doesn't hit the same as boom, bing, bam, boom. We got it done. Nothing got leaked, and now we move forward. And speaking of, I know there's been a lot of conversation about Jonathan Kuminga and what happened and what didn't happen and what still could happen. We're also going to check in with Brett Seagull on this Dennis Schroeder sign and trade situation, which is still hanging around.
Well, yeah, that makes sense, though, because they don't want to complete it until they know what they're doing with either Kuminga or their pivot if they don't get Kuminga, which everyone presumes is Russell Westbrook. Mm-hmm. That's not saying for sure it is Russell Westbrook, but everyone assumes if they don't land Kuminga, they're going to pivot to Westbrook, at which point, they want to have the mid-level exception available to sign Russell Westbrook. Or if they trade for Kuminga, they don't need the mid-level exception. They'll just put Dennis Schroeder into it.
No, I understand it. It's just a classic King situation where you just can't do stuff. Nothing comes easy. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir with Kings fans who have been fans forever, but you just can't do anything easy, right? Nope. Nothing can be done easy. Dennis Schroeder, we're checking, and Dennis Schroeder's agent and the agency says, Dennis Schroeder is signed, but he's just kind of hanging. So he's in Sacramento, but we don't know what the money is. It's just all very much a Kings thing right
It's
there.
The same thing on the Warriors side, too, where it's like Al Horford has a deal with the Warriors, right, but we can't sign him until we figure out what we're doing with Kuminga, and also he might retire.
He might retire. I think somebody said that Anthony Simons hadn't been out there in Boston. So this is just I don't know if this is what Shams meant when he said what the craziest offseason, but it's definitely been bizarre. It's definitely been a bit bizarre. With that being said, the biggest fallout, I would say, and it connects to all the names that we're talking about, Norman Powell going to Miami, that was the only reported suitor for one DeMar DeRozan. So with that being said, does somebody else come into the mix, or do we need to have that conversation again of DeMar DeRozan and this crew with Dennis Schroeder running it back? Because that's where it seems like this thing might just be going. They're going to run it back. They got Dennis Schroeder. And we thought, look, I don't think we would have counted running it back if DeMar got moved, if it was Dennis Schroeder and John Collins. But you keep the three of them, you just add a point guard. Yeah, you're running it back. And a lot of this is what Scott Perry, and we got to read off the Scott Perry Monday motivation as well. A lot of this is what Scott Perry kind of told us, right? I mean, he continued to say, we want to build a platform of success. We're going to be, prudent. We're going to be patient. he was telling us the whole time, we're not going to come in and, try to muck a bunch of stuff up without a plan. Right now, how this plan is or isn't working, that remains to be seen. But we do know that this was a possibility. And we do know that they like adults in the room. Okay. And if you're choosing between some of the names, and we don't even know what the names are, right? But they liked having DeMar DeRozan. Look, as much as I wanted to speak DeMar DeRozan's trade value into existence, one thing I also said on this show was that they nothing like us, and they really liked having DeMar DeRozan in Sacramento before Scott Perry even joined the mix, right? So this is something that I think a lot of us hoped wouldn't happen, but as stuff continued to get released and get revealed, this was something that was definitely a possibility. Here you go, Kyle. 5:46 a.m., July 7th. When fulfilling a bold vision, often much resistance will come from those that do not see what you see. Don't allow their fears or your own to sway you from your path. Knowing you can do this will enhance your drive to see it through to completion. Hashtag
Dork.
Monday motivation. Can we confirm, and maybe, I don't know, maybe this is perking somebody's ears up. Can we confirm, is he making these?
I assume
Are these bars off the top of the dome? Because they're not, he doesn't have it in quotes. I'm just, it's kind of impressive if he's making them up.
I assume that these are not just direct quotes from somebody. Otherwise, I feel like that would make it even dorkier that he's doing, or cornier that he's doing the Monday motivations. But
and again, Scott, if you're listening, I like the Monday motivation. That's just Kyle who does it.
I'm not saying I don't like it or not. I'm just saying it's kind of corny. But I also think it's funny that he does this every morning at like either 4 a.m. or 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Like this dude wakes up early.
Well, at first I thought, okay, maybe he was in New York or back east for something. Now I'm understand. Now I don't think so. Now I think he just wakes up early.
Yeah, I was thinking about that because I heard him on the Drive Guys. I think that was after the draft. And it sounds like he's basically living out of the Sawyer, or like right across the street from the Sawyer at this point. So I think not only it's like he's in Sacramento all the time, he's like in downtown pretty much all the time. So he's just waking up at 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. every day.
There you go. So that's your Monday motivation for the day. So hopefully you feel a bit more motivated. And I'm telling you, I'm not kidding. I like them. All right. I'm the type of person, I told y'all before, I get stuck in TikTok black holes of the motivational speaking. You got Michael B. Jordan talking to you, or Kevin Hart, whoever it is, or 50 Cent. I'll listen to them all. So this is right up my alley. And
really, Kevin Hart?
Hey, anybody, man. Anybody that's cashing them checks. Speaking of cashing them checks and being motivated, Jonas Valanciunas is motivated to leave the United States of America. Senor Segway strikes again.
That was about a 3.5 star.
There you go. Well, look, we had a couple days off. Jonas Valanciunas is trying to make his way to Greece. He would rather go to Greece. And it's just, there's something with Sacramento. You got Sasha, who is so scarred, he would rather just leave the NBA than deal. That's how bad it was in Sacramento. Jonas Valanciunas, I'm going to Denver. I think I'm just out to Greece. And it begs the question, did the Kings maybe know something? Were there some type of rumblings? Was it just an addition of, okay, we do want to move on from Jonas Valanciunas, or we do want to move on from the contract, I should say. So on top of wanting to move on from that contract, maybe a little birdie told them, because there's birdies everywhere, apparently. Everybody got a source.
Tweet.
Yeah, everybody had a source this weekend, by the way. Nothing happened, but everybody, hey, I got a source. It's a good one.
That's not true. They officially signed Drew Eubanks.
That's right. That's before this. No. That's before the sources. The sources, that all started Wednesday night. And people I never knew had sources. I mean, it was, you ever drive around? My dad used to joke when you would see a bunch of Beamers, right? Let's say we were in a rich neighborhood or whatever. My dad used to joke, man, Al, we must have missed the Beamer giveaway. Sac Media, I must have missed the source giveaway. Apparently Wednesday, Thursday night, there was a source just saying, hey, just throwing out DMs to people. Hey, you want this Kuminga information? Oh, wait, nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. Besides what Carmichael Dave said and what I later said once I confirmed it with who I spoke with on the other side. We'll say it like that. But again, it's a source off. The BET Source Awards, that's what was going on this weekend. And
everyone's a sorcerer?
Everybody. And absolutely nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. You know, oh my goodness, I'll be shocked this weekend. Okay, I'm checking. And you know me, I'm petty. I'm looking 10 o'clock last night. Then Anthony Slater, once Anthony Slater came out and said, hey, here's the update from the weekend. Like, everybody knows Anthony Slater and myself, we go way back. Shout out to Sonoma State Seawolves. But once Anthony Slater said what he said, okay, it doesn't feel like Anthony Slater. What was it, about 8 o'clock last night, something like that. It doesn't feel like Anthony Slater was going to post that article and then an hour later something was going to break. That was basically him saying, I think we're good for the night.
I don't think they're talking.
Yes. He doesn't say that if he has any inkling that something's going to happen.
Scott Perry's already gone to bed because he's waking up at 4:30 in the morning to type his corny Monday motivations and do all that stuff. That's
right. So, look, man, it was what a time to be alive. And I'm not hating. At least we had a little bit of excitement. You know, I'm running around. I'm at the, like I said, I'm at the River Cats game Wednesday night. Dave is there, and you know there was a lot of Twitter stuff happening. And here's the other thing: I know a lot of the listeners in the car. There might not be some of that overlap. So some listeners, they might not even really know what happened because, funny enough, we haven't spoken since it all broke down because we did not work on Thursday. So let me give you a breakdown. If you're a car listener and you're not a part of King's Twitter, let me essentially tell you what happened. Okay. So, and Kyle, I know you were running around too, but this is how I remember it. I don't have this written down. This is just off the top of my head. I'm at the River Kitties. Carmichael Dave is there. Thank you. I think we won that game too. I can't remember.
Yeah, they did.
Carmichael Dave is there. We start seeing stuff come out from Matt George, right? And it was, hey, this thing is starting to heat up a bit, and there might be a deal on the table. I start talking to people in between innings. Don't tell my boss. I start talking to people in between innings. That's why Carmichael Dave joked, I just saw Allen shoot the hot dog cannon, and he's also working the phone. So that I confirmed with whoever I know, right, on that side, hey, what's going on here, right? Dave then later gives his, I spoke to Dave a little bit. Dave then gives his update on what he's hearing. And Dave says, and I'm paraphrasing here because I don't feel like scrolling all the way back, but Dave says, hey, I don't really know, what's being said, but sounds like it's still essentially a bit of a long shot. Right. The whole thing is kind of a long shot, but, there's definitely some interest with the Kings. So that was pretty much where it ended on Wednesday night. Thursday night, again, if I'm not mistaken, or Thursday, that's when everything came out about the deal. And initially, the deal was Dario Saric, okay, Devin Carter, and 2 seconds. And Warriors fans scoffed at that, right? And Matt George had it. So shout out to Matt George. We'll talk about him in about 5 minutes here. But shout out to Matt George. He had it. I saw Trissy Rodriguez from NBC Sports California. She had it as well. And I thought that wasn't enough. Personally, Warrior fans obviously thought that it was enough, and it started this whole fight in between Kings fans and Warriors fans. Well, you don't want to pay him. He doesn't want to be there. You don't want him, so take it or leave it. There's no other deals on the table. And Anthony Slater then confirmed that was a deal that was said. There was a little bit of interest elsewhere, but that was essentially the only deal. And there just hasn't been much traction. This thing is also not unique to Jonathan Kuminga. All the restricted free agents, Quentin Grimes, Cam Thomas, they're all kind of stuck in this situation. It's just not a good time to be a restricted free agent. So after all of that went down, things got a bit quiet. Like I said, we had Thursday off. There were some things said about, oh my gosh, it's going to happen over the weekend. And it could not have gotten quieter after that. Essentially, the weekend went by. Oh, the Warriors just kind of sitting on it. There was just a fight, just a battle about leverage. And ultimately, we woke up Friday morning, 4th of July. There were no fireworks within the Kings organization with the Warriors, just more arguments on social media about who has more leverage. Saturday, the same thing. And then Sunday, to kind of wrap up everything, Anthony Slater comes in and says, I'm not really hearing much. But the heat that was in the kitchen from Wednesday to Thursday, it almost had me convinced. And I've talked to multiple people on one side and on the other, and nobody knows where the heat came from. There was really no conversations that got that far. And Anthony Slater talks about that as he kind of wrapped it all up last night. He says, hey, there hasn't been a lot of interest. The Kings have shown interest, but with the Kings showing that interest, it never really got too far. And we're going to talk to Brett Seagull at 11 to discuss, well, how close did it get this weekend? Because like I said, I'm just trying to keep a couple receipts here, right? Because when you hit, it's all good. But when you miss, somebody needs to be able to say, hey, I missed on that one. It is what it is. So I'm just trying to get information. That's all I'm trying to do for you, for the people. We need to know, because there was a buzz going around Sutter Health Park on Wednesday. Hey, are you seeing this? Allen, love your show. Are you seeing this? I'm seeing it. But who I'm talking to, they're not hearing that. And then on Thursday, it got even crazier. And then like a roller coaster, shout out Medusa, Six Flags, it started to cool off. So again, there just has to be some level of accountability. And if nobody else is going to hold people accountable, then I guess I got to do it myself. When we return, throughout some of this stuff over the weekend, I got thrown into a situation that I didn't really feel like was necessary. And you can decide to approach things man to man, but I am deciding to approach this as a man, but the way it was handled with me, in my opinion, I'm just giving back the same energy. How about that? Don't go anywhere. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Is your AC on the fritz? Call Bell Brothers. Looking to replace your old unit with a 0% financing and no payments for 12 months on approved credit? Call Bell Brothers. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. We are the No Surprise Guys. Call today to get a free estimate on a new HVAC system, or simply schedule your $87 AC Precision tune-up to keep your system running smoothly. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare. Wow.
With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliate. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Ding, ding, ding. Housekeeping. Speaking of, I'll be in Vegas for the Summer League. Just found out. I'll be there Saturday, Sunday. We'll do the show from Vegas on Monday, and then we will head back and be here on Tuesday. So we are doing some housekeeping here on the show, just as far as everything that went down over the weekend. Brett Seagull is going to join us to help us out even further at 11 o'clock. But I wanted to kind of address something that went down over the weekend. Like I said, there was a lot of stuff that happened. Okay. And as I'm kind of updating people that may not know, or just having a conversation with those who do know, this is essentially what went down. Now, I talked about how on Wednesday, Matt George, ABC 10, and I got love for Matt George. Okay, I do. Matt George, as long as I've been out here, he's held it down for me. He's helped me however he could help me, and I appreciate him for that. I've been on his podcast. I've been on his show, and we hope to work with Matt George even further in the future. Okay, so basically, with everything that went down on that Wednesday and Thursday, Anthony Slater came out. So Matt was going back and forth with Brett Seagull on who has more leverage between the Kings and the Warriors, right? So Anthony Slater comes out, and that was July 3rd, and Anthony Slater came out with an article, and within the article, Anthony Slater essentially says, and here's kind of this is the blurb that I cut. Most notably, there has been some interest, most notably from the Sacramento Kings, who floated an offer of Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and 2 second-round picks, league sources said. The Warriors have so far balked at what they felt was a buy low attempt, league sources said. So that was the clip from Anthony Slater. So I then go on to take that clip, and what I said was operative word is balked, right? I went on to say, I think you're looking at a first rounder and possibly Keon Ellis instead of Devin Carter. People kind of lost their minds, right? Because, and by the way, Keon Ellis is a little bit overvalued in Sacramento, which is okay. But how I viewed it, Keon is better than Devin Carter, and maybe they would want a protected first instead of 2 second rounders. Or maybe it would be Keon, Dario, and 2 second rounders. I don't know. Like I said I think in it. Whenever I have source information, I'll say I have source information, whether it's I'm hearing or whatever the case may be, right? But none of that was said in that text, in that post, tweet, whatever. So that happened. I immediately get a text from Matt George. So I get a text from Matt George, and he asked me, hey, is this source information, right? I told him no. This is just in theory what I'm thinking is what happened. Like I said, I think. I did not say I'm hearing it could move up to a first rounder and Keon out. That's I didn't say any of that, okay? So, by the way, while this is happening, I'm not driving, but I am in a car to Napa for the 4th of July, right? So, had about 20, 30 minutes. I'm just reading through everything. So I said, no, this is just my initial thought. Maybe you would need to get one-upped in a way. All fine. So all fine, all good. About 5-10 minutes later, I go on social media, and after that conversation that I had with Matt George quote tweets my tweet confirming that he talked with his source about it. And he says, source, no, definitely not, to what I brought up. Now, my issue with this, and the reason I'm not telling Matt this via text, is because he didn't feel like he needed to tell me, oh, well, some people think that it might be a real deal or whatever it is. Is it cool if I cleared up? No. He essentially was feeling himself a little bit too much dip on his chip, and decided to try to kind of dunk on me a little bit, right? Which I had no clue as to why you're doing. I don't know why you're asking your source about a deal that I told you that I just kind of came up with in my head, which is why I said I think it could get there. I never said it was source information. So for Matt to ask his source about it, even though there's no need to ask his source about it, then on top of that, quote tweeted as if we never had a conversation, and then have everyone saying, oh, Allen's looking crazy, this, that, the third. To me, it was just unnecessary. So if anybody saw that over the weekend, and obviously, like I said, I don't have a problem with Matt. Matt, we've been trying to golf for a very long time. I got love for Matt. But in that moment, I don't believe that there was anything necessary with going to a source to say, hey, even though my buddy said that this isn't source information, can you confirm how stupid it is so I can say it on Twitter? So, like I said, if anybody saw that, if anybody came across that, that's what happened, right? And that's my issue with it. If Matt hadn't texted me and just said I confirmed it, I'd probably be less annoyed, because then at least I could say, hey, he just wanted to check. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, right? And Matt just wanted to check. I still would have been annoyed, don't get me wrong. But after I told you, right? After I told you what it was, why are you then taking it to your source when I told you it wasn't source information, just so you can confirm it and dunk on me on social media? It did not make a lot of sense to me.
So after all of that, I do have one outstanding question that's just been weighing on my mind through all of this.
Okay.
You got to use the hot dog cannon at the Rivercat Stadium?
I don't use the hot dog cannon.
You did?
I don't use it.
You didn't get to use it?
I don't use it.
Does it exist? Because it doesn't exist at the A's games.
Yeah.
No, they do t-shirt cannon, but they don't do hot dogs.
No. It's called a hot dog cannon because it looks like a hot dog. But it's t-shirts. It's not.
But it also shoots hot dogs.
Not at Rivercats games either.
And not at A's games either. So you got to shoot, you got to swing around the t-shirt cannon.
I don't do that. Those are that's when I was cooking.
Man, that's so disappointing.
That's when I was cooking.
Man, at the end of that whole story, just feels so disappointed.
So a little bit of radio drama that personally I had to clear up, because I feel like I've been pretty clear in the things that I've been saying. And let's just be honest here. We're in a very mucky time on social media when it comes to just sports news in general, right? But again, if you text me and we have a conversation, then that was kind of my issue with it all, right? If you didn't and you said, oh man, I'm just going to assume that Allen is sourcing this information because maybe it wasn't clear enough, whatever it is, I'm going to ask my source about it. But if we have a conversation on the side and then all of a sudden you still put out something as if we didn't have that conversation, or say I had a conversation with Allen and confirm blah, 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 just making it seem like Allen's way off here after we had a conversation, that was the whole issue. So when we return on the other side, let's update you on the other deals that are holding all of this up and where the Kings could go. By the way, like I said, I'll be at Summer League. Summer League starts off soon. And with that being said, who's got the most to gain and to lose from Summer League? No more radio drama. Let's get back to the real stuff when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist, If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Celebrate the 4th with freedom from high prices. The 4th of July savings sale is happening now at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Fire up your summer with 4th of July savings on a new Civic or Accord. Own or lease today at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents it's local, but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone, now through July 28th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Brett Seagull joins us in 15 minutes. And can't wait to hear what Brett has to say. This was the update from Anthony Slater. Kings are most aggressive in their pursuit of Jonathan Kuminga. Bucks, Wizards, Heat, Bulls also expressed varying interest throughout the free agency process. The Bucks, I mean, somebody hit me up, and we talked about this last week. Somebody hit me up about DeMar DeRozan, now that the Heat are out of the picture, about DeMar DeRozan and whether that would be a good fit on the Bucks. And they said they were willing to not bring back. It feels like he was on the Kings, but would be willing to bring in Kyle Kuzma. I don't think it's a crazy idea personally, because I don't know why the Bucks would want Kuminga. Would he be learning under Giannis to be the next version of Giannis? That spacing would be horrid, by the way.
Yeah, is there anywhere in the league right now? I'm even talking about like the Wizards. Is there a team right now where you think Kuminga would be a for sure day one starter next season?
A for sure day one starter?
Like
Is there a team in the league?
Starting opening night.
Oh, yeah. In the league,
but he wouldn't be for the Kings, right? He wouldn't be for the Warriors.
Depends on who the Kings would be giving up. When everything came out about the Malik Monk deal, then that was kind of hard to figure out where Kuminga would start. But that's part of the issue with this, is that he does want to start. But to your point, let's see the names that they just kind of read off. Would he start on the Bucks?
Probably not.
I personally think so. I mean, they just re-signed Ryan Rollins, and no disrespect to Ryan Rollins, but a former Warrior as well, by the way.
The question is just, would he start over Gary Trent Jr.?
I think the hope would be that he would eventually do that, because let's not forget, you're paying him, right? You're paying him. We don't know what you're paying him, but
a lot of it is contingent on the contract.
If you're paying him 22, let's just split the difference. If you're paying him 22, then to me, it's a little bit to put him on the bench at 22 mil. Another team, the Wizards, yes, he starts. The Heat, that's a good question. I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, I guess probably. I guess not anymore with Norman Powell, but the Heat are also out now.
Yes, and this was before this morning when everything broke. And the Bulls, yes, he starts on the Bulls as well. So to me, that's 3 out of the 4, or at least 2 out of the 4. Now, if you include teams that don't seem to be interested, like the Jazz and just bad teams, right, then I still think he starts. But those You could argue DeMar DeRozan. You could argue both of them could still work, but it just depends on how many changes the Heat want to make. But you could argue that. Seems like they're probably out of that sweepstakes. And again, we'll confirm with Brett Seagull, who's going to join us in about 5 minutes here. But besides that, you're now working in a situation where you need to start thinking about, or you need to start believing in the idea of this team running it back. Now, you don't have to believe in it, as if you don't have to sit there and say, okay, it is or it isn't going to work. You don't have to go there. But the idea that that's probably what's going to happen here. They got their point guard. They're happy about their point guard. They needed somebody to organize it. You know, a lot of people didn't want to lose Malik Monk, right? You get to hold on to Malik Monk. I know. I think the biggest conversation becomes as Keegan, we're going to get closer and closer to Keegan's extension. When is Keegan going to get to have his wings, spread? And to me, this is the organization, and I don't know if it's something that they'll regret or not, but this is the organization saying, we care more if they run it back, right? Specifically with how much DeMar DeRozan has the basketball. If they run it back with just a point guard, to me, that's saying we care more about DeMar DeRozan and possibly getting a 6 seed than we do making sure Keegan gets to his offensive potential. Because Keegan's still going to be defending everybody, don't get me wrong, but offensively, we care more about scratching for a 6 seed than ensuring that Keegan Murray gets we put Keegan in the best position possible to get to his offensive potential. And that's a choice, especially when you're about to pay him.
Which they still might pay him anyways.
Well, I believe they are going to pay him anyway. Not source, just my thought. I believe they are going to pay him anyway.
If I'm Keegan's agent, I'm just saying, you see that Jabari Smith Jr. contract? Yeah. Just copy and paste, and we'll sign on the dotted line.
And to bring up Jabari Smith Jr., let's think about it, right? He's probably, I think now he'll start, but offensively, what's he going to be? The 4th offensive option?
It depends how you feel about Amin Thompson being able to shoot.
But my point is, again, same type of contract. He's a couple years younger, but it's the same idea with Keegan. You're giving him that contract, but he's not. You're okay with giving him that contract, even though he's not the first, second, or even third option. My whole thing would be in Sacramento with the Sacramento tax and everything like that. I would prioritize trying to get Keegan there versus whatever it is that they're currently trying to do. When we return, Brett Seagull, Clutch Points, joins us to break down everything that happened over the weekend and looking forward for the Sacramento Kings and free agency. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
And we're back live during a Flex Alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a Flex Alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119. 800-689-2119.
Priority Tax Relief.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD 3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m.
Allen Stiles.
That's right. Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we have 30 minutes of commercial-free sports talk, local sports talk for you starting right now. And what better way to start it than with my guy, Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah, no problem, Alan. It's been a crazy week and a half, 2 weeks, going straight from NBA Finals to free agency to me losing my voice in the middle of all of it and trying to juggle all of that. So it's definitely been a whirlwind, that's for sure.
Well, let's start here. And I know everybody wants to talk about the Kuminga thing, but I'm going to tease them a little bit longer. What is going on? I know there was a little bit of talk with things needing to be made official July 6th. What is going on with the Dennis Schroeder thing? And at what point do the Kings have to make a decision, or at what point is this thing going to be officially done? All we know is that Dennis Schroeder will be in the purple and black next season, but we know nothing else other than that. What do you know about it?
Yeah, it's definitely a weird situation because it's kind of been going back and forth, where at first it seemed like this was going to be a sign and trade, then it wasn't a sign and trade, and then a few days later, all of a sudden, it again was a sign and trade, signaling from both sides that the Kings were going to be getting Schroeder sign and trade. They were going to be keeping their mid-level exception open and keeping some cap flexibility. And there wasn't really known at the time of what the Pistons were going to be getting. Were they going to be getting Malik Monk? Were they going to be getting another player? Were they going to be creating a player exception for themselves by trading out Schroeder? And that's kind of been where things have gone to this point. And now we're back at square one again, where we don't know if this is actually going to be a sign and trade. We can't get any confirmation from both sides, which means that they're still talking. And it's mainly the Pistons side of things. They're trying to figure out what exactly they want to do here, whether or not they want it to be a sign and trade to get that traded player exception or another player, or if they're just going to let Schroeder go and let that be the Kings' problem to figure out with their mid-level exception. So rest assured, Dennis Schroeder is the newest member of the Kings. That deal's not falling apart, whether it's going to be a sign and trade or just free agency signing. He is going to the Kings. He's going to be their point guard moving forward. But there's still some details to be worked out here, whether or not this drags on into Summer League. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think we probably have a resolution here rather soon. But as far as a deadline, I personally don't know of there being any deadline of this having to get done. It's just one of those regular off-season things that teams will figure out, and ultimately there will be a resolution to it.
Talking to Brett Seagull, NBA insider for Clutch Points. All right, Brett, we've made people wait long enough. Give us your breakdown of what happened or is happening with Jonathan Kuminga. And I want you to just kind of specifically lay out over the weekend, how close did Kuminga conversations actually get to being done with the Sacramento Kings?
It wasn't close. It wasn't something that he was ready to sign on the dotted line and put pressure on the Warriors either from an offer sheet or sign and trade where the sides were close. That wasn't anything to my knowledge of speaking with parties from the Warriors side of things that was actively happening. There was an offer from the Kings. They had come and made it clear that they wanted to pursue Kuminga and that they were willing to do a sign and trade, but their offer, as it's been reported out there, of Devin Carter and Dario Saric was very low compared to how the Warriors feel Kuminga's value should be if they are to deal him, because there's this common misconception out there that the Warriors don't want Kuminga back. That's not the case at all. There's plenty of people within that organization, and it starts at the very top of Joe Lacob, that would very much like Jonathan Kuminga to come back and be a featured player next to Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and Steph Curry. They believe that he has the potential to be a star-like player in this league, and given that he's only 22 years old and he's only been playing basketball for 5-6 years, maybe 7 to this point. So he's still a young player that's developing, and that's not something Warriors fans want to hear after 4 years being in their system and all the lackluster production that there's been. But there have been a lot of good moments as well. And that's why there's still a lot of upside and belief from Golden State's side of things of not fully wanting to give up on Kuminga. And if they are going to give up on Kuminga, it's going to come at a price this offseason. And with him being a restricted free agent, they can control that. They have the rights to match any offer sheet that is out there. And it doesn't seem like that there's a huge market for restricted free agents right now. Everybody's spent their money. There's no money left. And even a team like the Kings, they're capped really on what they can offer Kuminga this offseason. So there was never a point where anything was readily available and ready to be moved in terms of sign and trades. There was heavy interest from the Kings. They engaged in serious conversations with the Warriors, but those conversations didn't last very long from Golden State's side of things. They weren't motivated by anything that the Kings were offering. And on the split side of things, Sacramento wasn't willing to even talk about what the Warriors were wanting in return. So as of right now, those talks have stalled. We'll see where it goes in the Summer League, because we're not going to have a resolution before then. Kuminga's camp and the Warriors and multiple teams are set to meet with one another, and we'll see how those conversations go on the concourse at Thomas & Mack Center in Las Vegas.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, I'm not saying that this is source information or anything like that. Just your opinion, looking at the package that the Kings offered and what you feel like the Warriors would want. Can you give us an idea of what a package would look like that the Warriors would want for Kuminga from the Kings?
Well, I can say it's sourced right here that they're going to want, and that's something that the Kings aren't willing to talk about at this time. They're not going to do a swap of Keegan Murray for Jonathan Kuminga. It's just out of the table for Sacramento. And quite honestly, the highest price in my mind that Sacramento is willing to go is to give up a player like Malik Monk, who they have been in active discussions with on the trade market all offseason. They've been looking at potential paths to move him. There was talk of him potentially being included in the Schroeder sign trade. That no longer seems like that's going to happen. So is there a potential path to give up Malik Monk and maybe a protected future first-round pick for Jonathan Kuminga? But again, it seems like a lot of value that Sacramento would have to give up for a player that many feel don't want to be back with the Warriors. So it's just a game of cat and mouse right now. There's a lot of he said, she said stuff about the Kuminga situation, but I can fully confirm that there are many within the Warriors organization that would like to bring him back. And if I had to give my best estimate based on where we're at in these talks right now, I'd probably lean like 70% saying that Jonathan Kuminga will be back with the Warriors next season. But what kind of contract that would look like, that's the big question. Is this going to be a 3-4 year deal, or is it going to be a quick 1 year, 2 year contract where they can bring him in, try to do something, and if it doesn't work out, flip him at the trade deadline? Because as we wrote about at Clutch Points in our latest intel story, the Warriors are still looking ahead to the future. They're looking at all these superstars that could potentially hit the market. There's talk of LeBron James with his future being uncertain, and we know that Joe Lacob has tried multiple times to bring LeBron to Golden State. There's talk of Giannis Antetokounmpo's future being uncertain, and we know how the Warriors feel about him as well. So if you can bring back Jonathan Kuminga, who's a 22-year-old with a lot of potential for growth, athletic forward, on a contract that's around $25 to $30 million per season, all of a sudden it opens up a lot of options for the Warriors, both heading into the trade deadline for superstars and even to expand their roster further if they decide that they want to move on from Kuminga and get 1, 2, maybe 3 role players to fill out their roster. So there's still a lot of options here that people don't necessarily realize. They think that's just we have to either sign Kuminga or sign and trade him. Not necessarily the case. It goes a lot deeper than that.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points, just a couple more for you on the Kuminga front, and then we'll move on. You brought up Malik Monk, and I know, again, it was a long weekend for me as well, so it all started Wednesday night, but the Malik Monk conversation that kind of kicked off before the official deal that got reported with Dario Saric, Devin Carter in 2 seconds, before that happened, we were hearing about Malik Monk, but was that the Warriors saying, hey, we'd be interested in Malik Monk, or was that the Kings saying we'd be interested in moving Malik Monk, or was it both, or was it neither? We just know Malik Monk got brought up.
To my knowledge, it seems like it's more from Sacramento's front, and I'm just kind of putting the pieces together there in terms of them talking with other teams this offseason about what a Malik Monk trade would look like. Are they interested in Malik Monk? They have engaged in conversations with other teams about Monk and what his value would be, but right now it doesn't seem like there's as big of a market for him just because of that contract. And it seems like that's been a major hesitance from many teams this offseason, not just pertaining to Monk, but NBA contracts in general. Teams don't want to take on these salaries where it's expanding 3-4 years from now, and Monk still has 3 more years left on his deal. Teams want optionality. They want flexibility, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these 1-year, 2-year contracts moved. And a perfect example of that is Michael Porter Jr., of him being moved to the Brooklyn Nets from the Denver Nuggets. Denver needed to make a move. They needed to try to get off money. And Michael Porter Jr., he has a $38 million cap hit, $40 million next year, but then that's it. He's going to be a free agent. So it's not much strain to an organization. That third year on some of these contracts, it's really looming large with this new CBA and the first apron, second apron tax rules. And teams just don't want to have to tie themselves down to those types of contracts now. So we're seeing a lot of those middle tier kind of Malik Monk contracts where it's not necessarily a bad contract in terms of his talent and what he can bring to a team. But when you look at the financial situations around the league and teams wanting to keep flexibility and not have to deal with the aprons, it all of a sudden turns into a conversation of this being a bad contract. And now teams are wanting more assets to take it on. And then you're basically facing a dead market at that point.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, we wake up this morning and you see Norman Powell is now a Miami Heat, which is a team that's been connected to both guys on the Kings and Warriors, Jonathan Kuminga and DeMar DeRozan. You woke up this morning and you see that Norman Powell is now a Miami Heat. Did you say to yourself, okay, the Heat, they're probably out on Kuminga and DeMar? Are they probably out on one instead of the other? What was your thought when you saw that deal done?
Yeah, so last night we actually did extensive reporting on Bradley Beal's situation with the Phoenix Suns about them negotiating and talking about a buyout. And I would expect something to come of light later today, more in the evening, of what is going to happen with the Suns and Beal, what kind of money is he going to be giving back. But everybody around the league anticipates him agreeing to a buyout. He's going to become an unrestricted free agent. And the Heat were linked as his top suitor simply because they've always had interest in him even before the Wizards traded him to the Suns. It makes sense of getting another star-like player, another shooter next to Tyler Herro and Bam Adebayo. But now that you add Norman Powell and you're tying yourself down to that first apron, because they're now hard capped at that first apron after trading Kevin Love and Kyle Anderson for salary cap matching reasons. And so they're about 4 away from that first apron hard cap. You have your full mid-level exception, but you can't use it now to bring in Bradley Beal, which was kind of the expectation there if they were to pursue Beal. So now they're tied down financially. It's hard to imagine that they're going to be front runners for Bradley Beal. now looks like that kind of idea has shifted to the Los Angeles Clippers. But as we talk about the Heat, they're not going to most likely get Beal. They're most likely out of the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes. I wouldn't necessarily fully rule them out because they can still move contracts. You can still get another team involved to move Andrew Wiggins. You can still look to get off Terry Rozier's contract and open up some flexibility there. But again, they're hard capped at the first apron. If you're going to bring in Jonathan Kuminga on a contract that's around $30 million, well, you're going to have to free up around that kind of money. And it's just really hard to navigate that right now, given the Heat's financial situation. So I would most likely rule them out of both the Bradley Beal and the Jonathan Kuminga sweepstakes at this time. But there are some other moves that can come to the Heat. Obviously, we just talked about Wiggins and Rozier being on the trade block. There has been some interest in Wiggins around the league. I know that the Los Angeles Lakers have been mentioned by Clutch Points' Anthony Irwin, who's our Lakers insider, and they've had talks there. Maybe that's something that they'll revisit and maybe get the Utah Jazz back involved, who were just in that 3-team trade this morning. So there's a lot of options here that the Heat can explore, and I wouldn't expect them to be done building the roster just yet.
Talking to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. Brett, and we can kind of separate the Heat, even though they were the main suitor for DeMar DeRozan. But with that being said, it is still connected. Does it feel like at this point you'd be surprised if DeMar DeRozan is not in the 916 in Sacramento by the time training camp and the season tipped off? Does it feel like DeMar DeRozan is going to stay out here in Sacramento?
Yeah, it's starting to look that way, isn't it? Because the Heat, we've talked about it multiple times, me and you, Alan, that the Heat were at the front of the line in those DeMar DeRozan talks, and that they were expected to once again possibly pursue him this offseason based on where their talks with Kevin Durant went and other stars around the league. But now they're hard capped at that first apron. To get DeRozan's $24 million contract, you're going to have to send out an equal salary right there. So again, Andrew Wiggins, Terry Rozier, this now becomes a multi-team trade. You're now moving picks that you don't want to move. So it just becomes a major headache for the Heat to try to figure out. If you take them out of the running for DeRozan, well, what other teams around the league could possibly be interested in him? We wrote about the Boston Celtics way before they made their moves with Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis, but after doing so, it doesn't look like that they're going to be in the running for a guy like DeRozan anymore. It does seem like that they're going to be taking a step back and committed to kind of retooling the roster and see what works once Tatum returns. And then you look at the rest of the East, it doesn't really seem like that there's another team other than the Milwaukee Bucks that would really make sense for DeMar DeRozan. But they've been doing their own cap room there. They've been kind of moving salaries around. They just got Miles Turner, and now they're kind of tied down with what they can do other than moving Kyle Kuzma at this rate. So I don't think that's going to be of much interest to the Kings. I don't think that they would accept the Kyle Kuzma DeMar DeRozan swap, even though they've had previous interest in Kuzma in the past. So it does seem like that the market on him has dried up a lot, and there will be a lot more information on that after Summer League, after we can talk with people and talk with the teams, kind of get an idea of where they're at in this offseason. But it wouldn't surprise me if he was back with the Kings in camp, and maybe he becomes a trade deadline piece that they look to sell. Yeah, we discussed the Bucks and DeMar DeRozan last week. I think if I'm the Kings, I probably want something else back. And then if you're doing the Kyle Kuzma deal, but then if you're the Bucks, you're saying, hey, he had a kind of rough go with us, but it's still a pretty good contract. So you're kind of buying. It seems as if both sides, they could make the swap and say, hey, it's all fine, all good. Or they could say, and this is what we feel like with DeMar DeRozan, we don't think we're getting value, so it makes more sense to just hold on to him and see what happens there. The last one for you, Brett, just in terms of, I feel like we're not far away from, hey, let's see what happens at the trade deadline. What makes the trade deadline different, if at all, to where some of these guys like a DeMar DeRozan, and I don't want to keep throwing Malik Monk's name out there, but any of these guys on any of these teams, what makes the trade deadline different than right now with how teams are willing to kind of move and groove and get things done? It's definitely a sense of urgency type of thing, yeah. And when some of these teams are in the middle of the season and they see their counterparts or rivals make a move, all of a sudden their thinking shifts, and we start seeing them be more aggressive. And we saw it with the Luka Doncic trade at the trade deadline. And obviously, that's something no one saw coming, and it's much different than us talking about DeMar DeRozan potentially being moved. But just one move like that can really send ripple effects throughout the league of teams realizing, hey, we have to make a move now. And when that team makes a move, now the team below them in the standings, who's 1 or 2 games back, sees an opportunity where if they potentially pursue a guy like DeMar DeRozan, maybe that pushes them into the playoff picture, and that helps them achieve their goals this season. So that's kind of where the trade deadline has shifted from the offseason, where it's more urgent. It's more teams that I wouldn't say they're necessarily willing to go into the tax space and first apron, but they have more flexibility given that they've already seen their guys play for 30, 40 games this season, and they have an idea where their roster is at and who can potentially be moved, who doesn't fit in anymore. Guys get injured, and a perfect example of that is the Warriors when they got Dennis Schroeder. They were able to give up D'Anthony Melton, who was a player that they didn't want to give up, but he tore his ACL, so he's basically a dead contract at that point. You can now move dead money to the Nets, who are in no point to contend, and get a guy like Schroeder that ultimately led them to getting Jimmy Butler. So there's definitely moves like that can be made, and we don't want to talk about it, and we don't wish this upon them at all, but let's say there's a scenario where DeMar DeRozan gets hurt for the Kings, and maybe they want to use that contract to go out and get something else. So there's just a bunch of options that present themselves to these organizations at the trade deadline rather than in the offseason right now, where they're building their roster, they have it kind of formulated, and then they're going to go into the season, see what works, and then make a final decision at the trade deadline.
Brett Seagull, great stuff as always. You're going to be out there for Summer League?
Absolutely. I'll be there for the whole week.
Okay, well, I'll be out there for a couple days, man. Let's link up and have some fun out there.
Sounds good, man. I appreciate it.
Brett Seagull of Clutch Points. We will talk to Brett again soon. Great stuff from Brett as always. And man, oh man, a lot to cover. I mean, I think the main thing was, as far as the Dennis Schroeder situation, it could continue to drag on. When it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, there were definitely two sides to this where there were people thinking this thing is going to get across the finish line and it's escalating quickly. And then there were people saying, where is this coming from? Right. I have no clue where this is coming from. And, Brett obviously plugged in, was more so on the side of, I don't know if this thing is as far as we are being led to believe. So not to say it's done now. And Brett, and part of that was just the idea of how bad the relationship between Jonathan Kuminga and the Warriors is right now. I mean, I think it's funny because you could even use an example of a teammate of Jonathan Kuminga's right now to kind of use it as a barometer or a measuring stick. Jimmy Butler with the Heat. I mean, he got injured, came back, played for a couple games, and I don't know how much Jimmy tried, but they were trying to convince himself that the vibes were back, right? Or that hey, maybe we could power through this thing. Jimmy, and I think it was more about that extension and wanting $50 million a year, and a lot of teams, or a couple teams out there, but one of those teams not being the Heat, want him to pay him that money, because if they had paid him that money, we never would have got here in the first place. But I don't see the Jonathan Kuminga Warriors thing the same way I think a lot of us saw the Jimmy Butler Heat thing, where it's, oh, I'm injured type deal, I don't even want to be out there. I do know, and this is what we said last week as well, the Warriors would like to move on from Jonathan Kuminga, but they are not pressed as if they are. I believe that the Warriors think, because of our culture, because of who, and it's funny, Heat culture had that too, but Jimmy being 37, whatever he is, years old, it's a little bit different. I think the Warriors still believe that they can salvage it if need be, because there is a kind of timeline for Steph and Steve Kerr. They just have more options, and I think were made clear when all of this stuff kind of popped off, to where, obviously the qualifying offer that can kind of screw both sides, but just if Kuminga says, fine, I'll take the 20 a year, and I'm just working for my next contract, takes the 20 a year, gets moved in December or whatever it is, and the Warriors get back some win now pieces. It's not restricted free agency anymore. All's well that ends well. Both sides can go their separate way. That's a real option for the Warriors. They don't, and for Jonathan Kuminga, yeah, he's missing, because me personally, I just don't think Jonathan Kuminga is getting $30 million. And the market is kind of telling him that he's not getting $30 million. So the difference between, and again, not pocket watching here, but the difference between 20 million and 30 million to 20 to 25, and also it's a hard way to get to 25. If you're Kuminga, you know what? If there is an understanding that, hey, let's just sign this contract, and we're going to do what we can to get you wherever we can get you, there's just more flexibility. Maybe, you say, all right, we can go 21, 22, and just look, man, look at what we did it on Friday. When is that? Wednesday. These are the other players making this type of money. This is not these are not the days where, random dudes are making 30 mil a year, right? I mean, Fred VanVleet, they said, hey, brother, it's not happening anymore.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of not necessarily the Jimmy situation, but of DeAndre Ayton in Phoenix when he hit restricted free agency and he hated Monty Williams and he wanted to go and he signed an offer sheet with the Pacers and Phoenix just matched it because it's like, we just can't afford to let you go for a sign and trade where we're not getting adequate value in return. And ultimately, Monty Williams got fired and Ayton got traded a year later, but I think, and Brett kind of outlined it, is like 70% likely is that the Warriors and Kuminga are just going to, bite their teeth and come back together. And then, he's going to be a role player essentially for 2 or 3 months before they ultimately find a better trade come December 15th or into January or right at the trade deadline. It's starting to seem like that is the most likely end of this Jonathan Kuminga saga.
Well, and the other thing is too, I think what is funny is how it always feels. I think there are just certain teams that know exactly what they want to do, and other teams are more so procrastinating until they figure out what they want to do. Right? There's always going to be, because what did we hear? Oh, and this is why I asked Brett this question, because when the trade deadline comes around, teams don't want to, and I'm not saying this is Brett, but I'm saying what they'll say, what teams will say, we don't want to rush and do something too rash or too quick and kind of make the wrong decision, be too hasty, whatever. We're going to wait for the offseason. Now we're in the offseason. We're building our team right now. We're not in a rush. We'll reevaluate things at the trade deadline. So it's basically this cycle that teams will tell everyone until they know what they want to do. Well, and then when they know what they want to do, they'll do it.
Well, until they get the offer they want to do, right? Because Brett said they want Keegan Murray. And Sacramento is like, well, we're not going to give you Keegan Murray. The most we'll go to is Malik Monk, a sixth-man rotation player. And that price obviously is not satisfactory to the Warriors right now, because otherwise a deal would have been imminent last Wednesday, So that's kind of the balance right now that's ultimately going to end more likely than not with either the Kings upping their offer in a way that we're not expecting them to do, or Kuminga and the Warriors just coming back together for half a season and figuring out a trade at the deadline.
When we return, we break down the win total for the Kings. And now that it seems, and it's not done yet, I shouldn't even say now that it seems, but if the Kings run it back, what does life look like for Sacramento? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time. But Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Tricks Racing Games, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you thinking about buying a new car? Well, maybe you're on the fence. Let me help you out. Kyle Draper here from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. From the first time I stepped into the MP of Stockton showroom, I knew I made the right choice. I settled on the all-electric EQS SUV. It's comfortable, stylish, and most importantly, it's safe. Mercedes-Benz has the reputation of making the finest cars in the world. Now it's your turn to experience what I already know. Mercedes-Benz of Stockton is the best car buying experience you'll ever have. It's just a short drive down I-5 or anytime at mbfstockton.com.
And we're back live during a flex alert. Dialed in on the thermostat. Oh, we're pre-cooling before 4 p.m., folks.
And that's the end of the third. Time to set it back to 78 from 4 to 9 p.m. Clutch move by the home team. What's the game plan from here on out?
Laundry?
Not today.
Dishwasher?
Sidelined.
What a performance by Team California. The power truly is ours.
During a flex alert, pre-cool, power down, and let's beat the heat together.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Thanks again to Brett Seagull of Clutch Points as we take you up to 2 p.m. And I saw Chris post this, Chris Watkins, and I caught it on a different site than Chris because I wanted to get the full odds here. But right now it seems like the Kings are possibly going to run it back with Dennis Schroeder. And the Kings last season, as of right now, obviously this stuff can change based on the moves, but the Kings last season, they were set at 46 and a half wins. Okay. They finished with 40. They were set at 46 and a half wins. Right now, this is on DraftKings.com, DraftKings Network. It is. Did you see this already, Kyle? You already saw it, right?
I mean, I know what the Kings one was. I don't know what everyone else's is.
So this is crazy, man. And They're set at 38.5.
Okay.
They are set at 38.5. For what it's worth, I don't know what to do with this, but the Mavericks are set at 38.5 as well. This was updated July 6th.
So yesterday.
Yeah, this was updated July 6th.
Which, in fairness, the Mavericks, the back half of last season, were one of the worst teams in the NBA. Now, part of that was injury, but...
Yeah, you got to get Kyrie back, and you got to see, is Cooper Flag as good as
that's the other thing. Kyrie's not coming back, at least not until like March or April, if at all. So you're looking at, D'Angelo Russell filling in, and... your Klay Thompson. Well, actually, they want Cooper Flag to run point a lot of the time, but you've got your Cooper Flag, your Klay Thompson, your Najee Marshall, Anthony Davis, and the trio of centers that they've got going on. I feel like that's better than Sacramento, but maybe I'm just doing the thing of I just saw this team blow Sacramento out in the play-in when fully healthy, and they just added Cooper Flag, who is going to be awesome.
Oklahoma City Thunder's at 62.5. I'm just skipping over some of the Eastern Conference teams, but Rockets at 54.5, Nuggets at 53.5, Lakers at 47.5, Warriors are at 47.5. And this more so just says the West is just going to be a nightmare. The Clippers at 45.5, because all these teams, here's the positive thing. I would assume that all these teams dropped. Besides maybe the Clippers, because everyone thought the Clippers were going to be bad.
I think the Clippers were at like 38.5 going into last year.
The Spurs are at 43.5. The Grizzlies are at 40.5. And then you get the Mavericks and the Kings tied. So if you do the math here for the based on win totals, and obviously if they're tied with the Mavericks, but you got the Thunder as the 1 seed, the Rockets as the 2 seed, the Nuggets as the 3 seed. I skipped over the Timberwolves. They're at 51.5. The Timberwolves as the 4 seed. The Lakers as the 5 seed, tied with the Warriors, both at 47.5.
So 5 and 6.
So 5 and 6. That's 6 right there. Clippers, the 7 seed.
Hosting the play-in.
Yeah, Clippers, the 7 seed. The Spurs, the 8 seed. The Grizzlies, the 9 seed. And the Mavericks and the Kings would be tied for the 10.
Where is Portland?
Portland is at 32.5.
Interesting. I think that's a little bit disrespectful to Portland.
Yeah,
but
the Suns are at 31.5, and the Jazz are at 18.5.
And the Pelicans are probably down there somewhere.
32.5 for the Pelicans.
Oh, really? The Pelicans over the Blazers is interesting.
They have the same, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes me feel better. I was worried that 38.5 was going to be like the 12th in the Western Conference. Being tied for 10th at least makes me feel a little bit better. But you said San Antonio was at 43.5. I think the number was.
Yeah.
And that was the 8 seed. So to host a play-in game, you're going to have to get to 40. What is that? 43, which in fairness, I think Memphis last year had like 46 and they were the 8 seed, but that's still not reassuring if they're putting the Kings at 38.5.
To me, this goes back to what we've been talking about as far as next year and everything that is going to be available next year. You have Keegan Murray on contract, right? Or on that extension. You'd have one less year of Domantas Sabonis, so he only would have 2 left, which is when extension conversations kind of start, or just question marks. By the way, with all the drama that's happened this offseason so far, when are we getting that update on the Domantas Sabonis conversation?
When he's having a conversation.
When is that happening?
I think we're fine, right? They got a point guard, at least.
Yeah.
They might get Russell Westbrook.
I think it's fine, but what I was curious, whatever happened with that.
The conversations have not happened.
You have Zach LaVine, who would have one more. He'd be an expensive but expiring contract. And last we checked, there were no conversations about doing the stretch out restructure deal like what Fred VanVleet did and what Kyrie did. But one was a player option, one was a team option. So we can just assume that Zach LaVine would be an expiring contract. So this all goes to what we've talked about before. And if the Kings do miss the playoffs, I mean, again, it's supposed to be another loaded draft class. So is this Scott Perry saying, look, I like Jonathan Kuminga. We need young talent. That's either going to come from trades like that we're not going to overpay for, like Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 seconds for Jonathan Kuminga, or we're going to probably miss the playoffs or be on the fringe again. 110 seed, right? And it just happened. 110 seed, the Heat.
The only 10 seed that has ever made it to the playoffs had Davion Mitchell just going insane.
Yeah.
For whatever it was, 8 3-pointers.
And they subsequently, did they win 2?
No.
Yeah. Did they win 1? They won 1.
Against the Cavs?
Yeah, they got swept.
No, they got swept.
Yeah.
And Cleveland beat them in game 4 by like 56 points or something like that.
So you're either going to pull that off, you're going to lose as the 10 seed, which I think still helps a little bit.
Yeah.
Or you're just going to miss the playoffs.
DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine going to their, 88th consecutive play-in tournament and getting another back end of the first round lottery pick, which fortunately they have this year. At least they're going to be able to use that back end of the lottery first round pick, but it's the purgatory that we had Kings fans last year yelling about. I don't want to be the 10 seed. I don't want to be the 10 seed. This would be the same sort of circumstance if you're taking this win total over unders at face value, is that they are in the same position, which honestly, I said it just in reacting. I thought the Blazers were going to be ahead of Dallas and Sacramento. I thought New Orleans would kind of be in that same group as them. So I was a little surprised that it was as generous as it was for Sacramento.
Yeah, so basically what they're saying is they're going to be tied for the 10 seed. And I would say things have to go pretty wrong for the Mavericks to be the 10 seed.
Well, I think it's hard to take this stuff at face value, right? Because if Wemby doesn't come back on a timely fashion and San Antonio has one other injury, of course, they're not in the conversation. If Memphis loses Jaren Jackson Jr., of course, they're not in the conversation. We just saw that 2 years ago, right? So one of those teams that's above them is probably going to have the same injury kind of problem that brings them back to the pack. And one of the teams that we don't expect to be good might have a Rockets type of jump next season, whether that's Portland, whether that's San Antonio, who knows? But just taking it at face value, it kind of gives you the landscape of like, hey, all things being equal, the Kings are probably in the same spot they were last year in the Western Conference.
When we return, we discuss the Jonas Valanciunas saga. Let's open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. After a weekend of rumors with Jonathan Kuminga, what would you be willing to give up for Jonathan Kuminga, or are you all good running it back as long as you don't overpay? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top 2 finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
Dick Steele Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus, 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers for brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dix.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
It's the 4th of July Sell-a-thon at Folsom Lake Ford and the final days of employee pricing, plus low finance rates with approved credit. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, folsomlakeford.com.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. We had a question on the text line, and they asked the question, 916. I wonder if the Kings still have to pay Coach Brown now that he's got a new job. From what I saw, earlier this weekend, I believe that the Kings did have that offset clause. So this is from New York Knicks on SI, and the contract was still under with the Sacramento Kings, made for an intriguing wrinkle to straighten out. The same man who won Coach of the Year during his debut with his newest team was fired 2.5 years into the job, and more specifically during the first year of a raise extension that paid him $8.5 million annually through 26-27. And it says that's where the offset clause comes in handy for Sacramento, which says that when a coach is hired by a new team, the new salary will offset some or all of the money remaining on the contract the coach had with her previous team. So the Knicks won't be on the hook for the money Sacramento left hanging in sacking Brown last season.
Wait, so the Kings wouldn't be on the hook,
right?
For sorry, you said Knicks, which confused me.
So
the Kings.
So the Kings, yes. So hold on. The same can't be said for Thibodeau, though. Even after he was let go shortly after the Knicks season came to an end in the Eastern Conference, he still owed $30 million on his deal that had yet to be paid out by the time of his termination, making for a major figure for New York to cough up, and combining the two different complicated salaries they're on the books for. So the Kings are now off the book. They got to pay out a little something.
Well, it depends what the contract said, right? Is it offset? So offset language, for those who don't know, just says if you get another job, you don't have to pay. This is the thing where, remember when Cliff Kingsbury went to Thailand because the Cardinals were paying out his contract? He ended up getting a job with like a quarterback's coach at USC just to verify the language. So bottom line, it depends what the details were in Mike Brown's original contract. Is it offset up to 60%, 70%, 100% of the contract? We don't know. That would be a good question to ask maybe Sam Amick when he comes on the morning show, just if anyone knows the details of what Mike Brown's buyout were.
And the whole thing is too, because that doesn't count against the cap. The whole thing is too, that's just when people say it's not your money, this is really money that we should not care about because it doesn't even affect the team construction.
Well, it shouldn't matter unless there are those restraints put on by whoever's writing the checks, right? Which we can have a debate about how the Sacramento Kings fall in that camp, but they were willing to pay Mike Brown $8.5 million a year for basically 3 years to not coach. And this will, I guess, make that feel a little bit more palatable because the Knicks are taking on him at $10 million a year, which is really fascinating that they were complaining about an $8.5 million extension when they signed it last summer. Mike Brown got fired and then got a $10 million per year contract from the Knicks.
It's because I keep telling you that last season hurt, man. They could taste the extra large t-shirts. They could taste the playoff revenue. And when they didn't get to and I guess that's 2 years ago now, but when they didn't get to the playoffs, that screwed everything up.
Which I was kind of looking at it like from a purely like capitalist in the market standpoint. Like the Kings fired a coach that was underpaid. They might have stunk to pay him $8.5 million to not coach, but based on the market, they were underpaying him because as soon as they got to the next summer, the Knicks were willing to pay him $10 million a year.
And let's not forget that was the whole situation where it dragged out because they didn't know, they were stuck, and everybody was saying, well, why don't they want to extend him? What's the problem? So this whole thing was, like I said, it was clear from that moment, last offseason, that they weren't sold on Mike Brown. They felt like, I think some of those bad losses, to be fair, if you bring up Malik Monk being injured and Kevin Huerter being injured, you'd have to also bring up the fact that they were in a good situation and they lost games that they shouldn't have lost. And I think that the Kings felt we should have been in a better, because again, the Kings didn't think they were going to win a playoff series. I don't believe, not without Malik Monk. I think they were just upset. When you ever just be mad, you just want to be mad at somebody, and Mike Brown was right there, and they're saying, dang it, those Blazer games and that Wizards game and all these games that we had no business losing, we would have been fine to weather the Malik Monk, Kevin Huerter storm. We wouldn't have won anything. And then on top of all that, to still have an opportunity and to lose in New Orleans with no Zion, that they really just never, clearly they never wanted to extend.
No, they didn't want Mike Brown to be the coach, and I don't want to rehash the whole thing again, but the NBA barely starts until January. The fact that you made the firing before the new year even started tells me you didn't even want that guy to be the coach this season.
Hey, maybe they were onto something. Maybe they felt like he's not our, a lot of people were watching Love Island. He's not our guy, but he'll be somebody's and we'll get off the hook.
Let me tell you, this season of Love Island has just been crazy. I see some people, we forgot to clarify one point, and I see Brennan, our guy on the SAC chat, is saying that money can obviously be used for another coach and assistants and supplies. It's not like it's money that doesn't matter, right? It's organizational resources. But the only thing we're unclear about is how much of the offset in the contract is going to be paid by the Knicks, right? It depends on what he signed on the deal, but there is a scenario based on what that contract says that 100% of the Mike Brown extension from this year going forward is going to get paid by the Knicks, because $8.5 million was the deal he signed in Sacramento. $10 million is what he signed with the Knicks. So they could theoretically offset the entire contract. Now, if, for example, Mike had taken an assistant job with a team that paid only $1.5 million per year, they would have offset that $1.5 million, but still would have had to pay $7 million. Because Mike just got a deal larger than the one he had in Sacramento, there is a world where that offsets 100% of the contract. We just don't know those specific details to know if that's what they put in the contract.
So, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Mike Brown in New York. I know that there are going to be a lot of expectations, especially with the Celtics not having Jason Tatum, and with the Pacers obviously not having Tyrese Halliburton. So I think Mike is built for it. I think he's prepared, right? And people will say things about the Knicks organization as well. But if they don't get to the finals, because now people are saying this could be a one and done situation for Mike Brown, because I don't know why, but the Knicks felt like they could just knock on somebody's door, say, give me your coach now. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, you're the Knicks. Here you go. Here's Jason Kidd, or whatever the case may be. So it's very clear, again, going back to Love Island, it's very clear they took Mike Brown because they wanted to stay in the villa. Yeah. Now, if somebody else becomes available in the villa, if the Rockets have a terrible season, right, and they say, who?
Huh?
Who are you going to say?
Well, Jason Kidd still wants to leave.
Right. If they have...
Jason Kidd doesn't want to be in Dallas.
Yeah, if the Mavs are at... Well, I saw a report that he was getting an extension, but if the Mavs are at 38 and a half wins, Kyrie, I know he just signed the extension. Where's Anthony Davis? At that point, it could be, okay, what exactly are we doing?
Jason Kidd is just like, please let me leave, please. Which, to that point, like, I know I was doing the morning show and you were on with Ramsey. You did a great job last week. When Mike's news came in, isn't Mike kind of similar to Thibodeau? Like, normally you fire a coach because you go in the other direction.
But even people in New York are saying, yeah, it's got Thibodeau bones, right? A Thibodeau foundation.
Right, and a coach that's been in the game for a while.
Right. But maybe a little bit more flexible, a little bit more dynamic than Thibodeau.
Yeah, I mean, Thibodeau had his way of doing things, and I've said before, I'll give him credit. He bended quite a bit in New York compared to his stops in Chicago and Minnesota, but it just normally when you fire, you kind of go in the opposite direction, right? You go Brad Stevens to Ime Udoka, right? You go from guy who was in college and that to a former player, or you go from Mike Brown to Doug Christie, right? You kind of flip up.
Yeah.
This is kind of like hiring someone with just a warmer personality than Tibbs.
Exactly. To me, and I always joke about it as far as the politics are concerned. Coaches normally come off like presidencies, right? Where, okay, it's been blue for a while, it's time to go red. The Knicks did the thing that you don't see that often, where we just have I'm not going to call either of them red or blue, but we just have somebody from the same party.
Just not you.
Right, but just is not as, as far left or right or wherever you want to go with it. in that regard. When we return, 12 o'clock hour, 30 minutes commercial free of sports talk, local sports talk radio. What in the world happened with Jonas Valanciunas? What did the Kings know? And who's got the most to lose come Summer League? Devin Carter or other, or most to gain? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Celebrate the 4th with freedom from high prices. The 4th of July savings sale is happening now at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Fire up your summer with 4th of July savings on a new Civic or Accord. Own or lease today at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metal woods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
What did the Kings know? They had to, or shouldn't say had to, they wanted to get off of Jonas Valanciunas' salary, maybe felt like they could use that money elsewhere. So they decided to talk to the Denver Nuggets about a move. They make the move. And then all of a sudden, Jonas Valanciunas says, I actually don't, not only do I not want to play for the Nuggets, I don't want to play in the NBA anymore. I want to go overseas. I want to do my thing there. I got to play with my brethren in DeMontis Sabonis, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is. And now the Nuggets are saying, yeah, that's not really how it's going to work. Okay, it was a Greek team that reached out to Jonas Valanciunas. This is from Shams. Denver has informed Jonas Valanciunas' reps that the franchise fully intends to have him honor his contract as the Nuggets view Valanciunas as a critical center addition to back up Nikola Jokic and play alongside him. A Greek team pursued Valanciunas in recent days. So Valanciunas said, I'd rather just go to Greece. And now you have the Nuggets said, well, that's cool. I'd love to go to Mykonos too, but that's not what's in your contract.
Going to Athens, which, you know, I think Nikola Mirotic made kind of the same decision a couple of years ago where he left to go to Spain when he had an NBA contract on the table. And we know about the Sasha Vezenkov conversation, but I'm looking at this team, man, and I understand why Valanciunas maybe wanted to make the leap here. Yeah. I mean, sure, you can play with Nikola Jokic or whatever in Denver, but I'm looking at this this team for I'm not going to try that. I'm going to read that next time. You got Kendrick Nunn. He plays for them. Jerian Grant. It's not Jeremy Grant.
Okay.
It's the other one.
Yeah.
You got Bo Cruz. Juancho Hernan Gomez plays for their team. You've got Seti Osman. I mean, this is a pretty solid starting five right here. Just plop him in at center. You know who they started at center last year? Yurtseven from the Miami Heat years ago. So Valanciunas, I feel like, would be an upgrade from Yurtseven. This team's working with something here.
Yeah, I do wonder what the Kings knew as far as if something had been said. Of course, obviously, he's close friends with Domantas Sabonis. Did a little birdie say, "Hey, this might come up"? We don't know. We don't know the kind of sequence of events, but what we do know is that he doesn't want to play for Denver, and Denver is not number one. He's under contract. Number two, if Denver let him go at this time, I mean, I think they could bring back, if I'm not mistaken, they could bring back DeAndre Jordan again, but I don't think they want to bring back DeAndre Jordan again.
Given the fact that they just traded for Jonas Valanciunas and are trying to hold him hostage, you think that they don't want DeAndre Jordan to come back for one more season?
I don't. I'm just looking.
Maybe
here.
DeAndre Jordan should go to Greece. How about that?
I'm looking here, and a lot of the times, yeah, there's agreed. All of these, yeah, there's not much, man. There is not much because I'm on Spot Track, and it's. Everyone's going. I mean, you can't even get Jericho Sims. You're done. I mean, you're done.
There's nobody really left at this point, which, by the way, I see DeAndre Ayton as a Laker candidate now, which is yikes. It's funny that we mentioned that because
I think that might be done.
What, him going to the Lakers?
I'm pretty sure that's
probably
done.
Unless it's like a minimum contract, which it's funny that we mentioned it because you know what today is? Today is the 10-year anniversary of maybe the greatest free agency saga of all time when Doc Rivers and Chris Paul locked DeAndre Jordan in his house and demanded that he remain with the Clippers after agreeing to a contract with the Dallas Mavericks. That was 10 years ago today, was when the Clippers committed a crime and locked DeAndre Jordan in his house.
I got some for you. And you know what? If I'm the Nuggets, I'd probably say, look, man, you got us messed up. Right, just the timing and everything else. We gotta have this conversation maybe next year, right? Next year, and go from there. I can give you Alex Len. He's still out there.
How about that? I mean, look, Sacramento just they tried to upgrade from Len to Valanciunas. Maybe Denver does the reverse.
Alex Len, you got Bismack Biyombo.
He did good for the Spurs the back end of the season.
PJ, well, he was on the Nuggets actually. PJ Hall was. You got Christian Coloco, and that I'm not even going to waste anybody else's time with anybody else.
Man, I didn't realize
Micah Potter. So they can't let go and DeAndre Jordan. So they cannot let go of Tristan Thompson.
Oh, I mean. Was he on Cleveland? He was on some playoff team. I think he was on Cleveland last year.
Again, we know it's kind of stuck in translation with a lot of this free agency stuff. If you're the Nuggets, do you see if Al Horford is willing to flip his commitment or whatever? Because I don't remember seeing Al Horford's agency signing doing what Dennis Schroeder did.
Because it hasn't been announced, because the Warriors can't announce it until they resolve the Kuminga trade exception situation, which, I mean, do you want to pay $10 million for Al Horford for one season if you're Denver? I guess it's better than whatever Micah Potter or bringing back DeAndre Jordan. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, they really did kind of screw themselves in this situation. Hey, you know what? If you're Denver, you don't really feel bad for them, mostly because you have the best player in the NBA that plays the same position as him. Like it will get sorted out, right? Your problems are less problems when you have the 4-time MVP of the league who also plays center for your team. Your problems will get sorted out at some point.
Isn't this turning into a a Patrick Mahomes thing, though. I felt as if this past season and maybe going into this season, and really for a good amount of time, well, not the same because they did go out and get Cam Johnson, who I'm really fascinated to see what he does with actual expectations. But it's not the same as Patrick Mahomes, but it's getting similar to where it's, let's see how good you really are. Right? And I'm not saying the Nuggets have nobody, but we're getting to a point where it's, okay, we're going to just continue to see how good Jokic can be with just the same crew.
I mean, they do have Deron Holmes coming back from the torn Achilles, which is something. I'm not saying that that's going to solve all of their problems because I think he's also their backup 4 at this point. So they'd be playing like kind of a stretch 5 lineup. Wow, I just talked myself into this. Why don't they go get Trey Lyles? Trey Lyles could play some stretch 4. Maybe he's not a true center, but between him and Deron Holmes, you think you could complete, fill the center position?
And then he balls out for the Nuggets. Why couldn't we keep Trey Lyles? It's not the same. Don't do it.
Trey Lyles.
Don't do it.
You know what? Maybe that's the solution to all your problems is a little Trey Lyles movement.
916-339-1140. Phone lines are open. How you feeling about your Sacramento Kings? Javi wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Javi? What you got for us?
How you doing, Mr. Stiles and Mr. Call?
Hey.
It's just it's underwhelming to say the least. It's wild how Vivek and the ownership raises the ticket prices of what they want in sales. When this team is mediocre at best, they're gonna the only option they had to get rid of DeRozan was to Miami, unless there's some unknown team that's wanting to take a player on his caliber with the lack of offensive adjustment he has to modern day basketball. They haven't announced a shooter, acquisition. There's been no moves, and the Kings are supposed to be wildly involved in all types of deals. And it's a bummer, man. It's the incompetence of you raise the ticket prices for a lesser product, and we're supposed to sit there and buy it. And then we get the motivational Monday tweet from Perry, it's just. And this is why the Warriors laugh at the Kings. Like, you guys, we're trying to aspire to be somewhat of what they were over the last 10 years, and we still can't even get out of our own way.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Javi. Great stuff. The reason, and Javi brought up the landing spots for DeMar DeRozan, I think is very similar, right? All these teams are just messing around right now because my guess is that if there were any conversations and again, that initial report, whenever that was that the Heat were interested in somebody on the Kings, but that person wasn't DeMar DeRozan, or at the very least, they hadn't had conversations about DeMar DeRozan. But I would imagine, as we had Yossi Gozlan on last week, again, the idea of what the Kings were going to get for DeMar DeRozan probably would have ticked us off the same way, or we probably would have, quote unquote, balked at it the same way the Warriors balked at what the Kings offered for Jonathan Kuminga, because Yossi Gozlan said, Allen, I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at Terry Rozier just as honestly more of a salary dump, Terry Rozier in 2 seconds. So if you woke up with that and you lose DeMar DeRozan for that, you'd be even more upset than where we're at. I'm not saying that Javi wanted to do that, and I don't think anybody wanted to do that. But if that's what we're seeing the market is, and I wouldn't even call that a market, no disrespect to Terry Rozier, but once it became kind of obvious that nobody felt like they needed DeMar DeRozan, then I think they had to shift because there was no way for them to get any type of wing. And for me personally, we talked about it a little bit at the top of the show. I'm probably not doing the Kyle Kuzma deal simply because I just think that DeMar DeRozan is still a better player. I know that Kyle Kuzma probably fits the team better, but now you're running around towards the end of the season trying to figure out. So Kyle Kuzma, he's got 2 years left on his deal, right?
Right, but it's a bad deal.
I don't know if it is descending. So
yes.
It's 22.4 this season. Next season it'd be 20.3. With DeMar DeRozan, that next season isn't guaranteed, right? The next season isn't guaranteed. You have this season. Maybe somebody gets desperate at the trade deadline and feels like they just need a little bit more scoring. And then they're feeling as if, cool, now we have DeMar on a non-guaranteed deal. So I just don't think, and again, I just think that you move, let's say they do the swap, and you bring in Kyle Kuzma, that team makes more sense. Again, you're plugging holes on the same boat. Now that team makes more sense, but at the end of the game, who is getting you a bucket when you need it? Malik Monk?
Zach LaVine.
He's supposed to.
Yeah, I think it just would be Zach LaVine, and you figure out the rest of it. Hey, Keegan Murray, let's do it. Yeah. I got it, guys. Don't worry. But I think you kind of were dancing around the nail on the head with the Kuzma situation, which is the financial flexibility you get next summer by DeRozan essentially being a team option, because it's like a $10 million non-guaranteed situation. You can buy him out pretty easily. The financial flexibility you get by not having Kuzma at $20 million a year, when Kuzma was bad last year for the Bucks. Like, let's not pretend like it wasn't that. He was a bad player on the Milwaukee Bucks last year. Maybe he'll be back to the Kuzma of Los Angeles days, but ultimately the financial flexibility you get next summer to just make another move might be more valuable than the one season of Kyle Kuzma that you would be getting for DeRozan. Because unless they're getting a first-round pick from the Bucks, which last I checked, the Milwaukee Bucks don't have any of those, then perhaps, unless you're getting that first-round pick back, then there's nothing that you're really getting of value to dump DeRozan on Milwaukee for a contract that is worse than DeRozan's and a player not as good as DeRozan.
Yeah, and he's about to turn 30, Kyle Kuzma is, so kind of is who he is at this point. And I just think if you're the Kings, that doesn't make a ton of sense unless you do have some interest in one of the Bucks, because the Bucks really, they're the ones trying to convince Giannis to stay. I would say, unlike the Kuminga situation, I would say that the Kings do have a little bit more leverage there to say, we know that you want Giannis to stay. None of us feel like you've done enough in order for that to happen. If we're going to do Kuzma and DeRozan, I need maybe not Andre Jackson, but I need one of your kind of young pieces that we can at least sell and say, hey, maybe this is a weird second draft situation with the 22, 23-year-old, or go from there. But straight up, or maybe they think that a couple second, and I don't even know what the Bucks have for second rounders, but there's no reason for the Kings to do DeRozan for Kuzma straight up.
Right, and we talked about this when we were doing our month of trade candidates with all the different teams, is like, it's either going to be a longer-term contract that another team is tired with, which at the time was Orlando and KCP, which ultimately that got resolved because KCP went to Memphis. RJ Barrett with Toronto, which we'll see what happens with that situation still. There was only going to be a few players with a Drew Holiday in Boston, which obviously he ended up going to Portland, right? There was only going to be a few long-term contracts the Kings were going to be able to trade for another team that wanted DeRozan. And there weren't that many teams that wanted him in the first place, right? Other than that, it was going to be the Dylan Brookses or the Tobias Harrises or just one of these also expiring contracts that the Kings would essentially attach to a second-round pick, like Yossi was talking about with the Terry Rozier trade, potentially with the Miami Heat. What you would be getting back essentially was the picks. The picks were the valuable thing instead of the player, which would have been, like we talked about, either a KCP, Drew Holiday, or an RJ Barrett type.
Yeah. Nothing has come up yet. And here's the other thing, just as far as what could happen. The big domino was Kevin Durant. That happened, and nothing came from the Kyle Kuzma for DeMar DeRozan. That happened initially. Then after that, the conversation was, okay, let's see if anybody else misses and where we could go from there. all of the moves, and I'm not saying all the moves have been made, but anybody that'd be interested in DeMar DeRozan, let's think about who's out there still looking for things. Now the Miami Heat are not looking for anything, I don't believe, the same way they were. Maybe they were never looking, and I think that's what it was. They were never looking that hard at DeMar DeRozan because they knew that there could be other options. And I think that is the biggest takeaway from this weekend as a whole, even leading up to this morning. Teams always have options, man.
Yeah.
They always have options. So, again, not to belabor the Kuminga thing, but you either do a deal with us or you're stuck. You got to do it with us. Here you go, Dario Saric. And that just wasn't the case.
Well, and I think we're undervaluing the package that was being sent. Just because Golden State dismissed it doesn't mean that we're undervaluing the deal that was offered, right? Because
I also don't know what. First of all, Dario Saric was on the Warriors a couple years ago.
No, they would be buying him out. Dario Saric would not be. That would just be a salary filler.
I'm just not. And look, they said no to it. It is what it is. I don't know why the Warriors would want Devin. And it's not Allen hating here. I just don't know. If you look at what the Warriors need right now, Devin Carter, he feels more like a GP2 fill-in than anything else. I just don't know what the Warriors trying to win right now. The 2 seconds, unless they were going to flip that, that's fine. I don't know why they would want Devin Carter for what they got going. They need another scorer. That's what they need.
Well, I guess that would be the thing. If they just believe either A, they'd be able to flip Devin Carter to a third team for what they need, or Devin Carter better fits a role than Jonathan Kuminga, which by skill set you would say, no, he doesn't. Kuminga fits what they're trying to do better, but in practice, the Kuminga thing didn't really work. It was either Kuminga was going to cook and they lost to the what was it? They were 0-7 when Kuminga took a certain number of shots or played a certain number of minutes. In practice, that wasn't necessarily the truth. So maybe they just say, hey, get a lottery pick for a lottery pick. Devin Carter's going to be cheap for 3 years. We have team options we can decline if it doesn't work out. Maybe you just say, hey, we'll take what is essentially the number 13 pick in the draft for the number 7 pick in the draft, because I think Kuminga's still like a year younger than Devin Carter at this point. But I don't know if I thought Malik Monk would have been a fine fit on what they were trying to do, but apparently they did not want Malik Monk at the price that Malik Monk was going for. And so I guess that's just they want Keegan Murray. The Kings want to offer Devin Carter, and there's not really much of a compromise in the middle because the Kings just don't have that many players on their team.
916-339-1140. Pool guy Mark wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Mark? What you got for us?
Well, it's just kind of painfully obvious that no one really wants, our star, quote, unquote players. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's kind of sad because, what do we do? I mean, I feel like we should just go to sleep till the end of next year. I mean, what are our options? I guess for me, I wouldn't mind selling low on DeRozan or some of these people that I'm sure we're gonna maybe get an offer, for somebody, even our Sabonis. At least our team, we can let some of these guys actually play. Keegan. We're gonna let him be the man at some point. How long do we have to wait till he's maybe our option, or at least give him the chance? And if it fails, at least we're at the bottom of the draft where we can really actually do something. It just sucks to feel like we're just going to be in the same boat for another 12 months.
That's a good point, Pool Guy Mark, and it brings us to, thanks for the call, it brings us back to what we were saying as far as bringing on DeMar DeRozan and keeping DeMar DeRozan. If you want to give more of a runway to Keegan Murray, then I would maybe do the DeMar DeRozan, Kyle Kuzma deal, because it does a couple things. Even if you don't think Kyle Kuzma is that good, it still keeps you in a spot where maybe you can get a lottery pick next season. It's a descending contract, right? You'd only have him for 2 years. And as you would have just paid Keegan Murray, Keegan's going to get a lot more shots with Kyle Kuzma on the team than DeMar DeRozan. So that would be, and again, I don't know if there's any interest in with the Bucks. It's just kind of, we talked to Brett Seagull, go check that out on YouTube, and just trying to figure out who else would even be interested or feel like they're a DeMar DeRozan away. So I think that would be an argument, not as a slight to Kyle Kuzma, but just as a player, he's not as ball dominant and he's not going to take as many shots as DeMar DeRozan. So you're basically paying the same thing. He's a little bit younger. Maybe he is a little bit better. Maybe he turns back the clock a little bit. But either way, you're going to essentially ensure that, hey, Keegan, here's your time. Now you've bumped up to the third option, maybe the second option on certain nights. So you could say, we just paid Keegan and we want to push forward with that. We got Kyle Kuzma for a couple years. The same thing kind of happens. It's just with Kyle Kuzma instead of DeMar DeRozan. So you could say that DeMar is going to get more shots.
I think the underlying point of this DeMar DeRozan situation too is that any deal is now very unlikely at this point. And I said this, the draft was 2 weeks ago now. So I guess that was the last time I was here, which is like, once the draft came and went, the chances of DeMar DeRozan getting traded went down significantly, right? Because the most likely path to a trade would have been for either one of those picks in the 20s, like we were talking about, or a pick in the 30s and maybe a second round pick the year after. Like we talked about the Miami, the one that Yossi brought up was the 2 seconds. One of those was probably going to be this year. So once the draft came and went, I think it became more likely DeRozan was going to stick around. Malik Monk, by nature of the fact that his contract is $18 million and extends for 3 years, I guess was more likely to be a trade candidate at that point. But we also saw they went to Detroit, tried to negotiate a deal, didn't come to a price, and Detroit has, I guess from my vantage point, pivoted to Duncan Robinson, I guess, because he's on the team now. So I don't know if Duncan Robinson is their Malik Monk replacement or if they're maybe still interested in bringing in both. Whether Kuminga has anything to do with that, I'm really not sure. But I don't think DeRozan is really a candidate to be moved anymore, just by nature of the timeline of events.
Who's got the most to gain or to lose from Summer League? The Summer League rosters have been announced for your Sacramento Kings down south. Sacktown Sports.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trix Racing Games, Chicken Fingers, and Nature Wood Home Furnishings. Tickets at CITPFest.com.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They've won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m., we have the Kings Summer League roster here. Okay, some of the notable names. You have Devin Carter, Neek Clifford, Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones, Mason Jones, Patrick McCaffrey. There's a funny note on Patrick McCaffrey as well.
I'm like, why is he important?
Well, he is the brother of Caitlin Clark's boyfriend.
Yes.
So we might see Caitlin Clark at something.
My guy, there ain't no way Caitlin Clark is showing up to her boyfriend's brother's summer league game.
If he starts cooking.
There's no way. Caitlin Clark is playing right now.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying in general.
What, is she going to show up to Stockton?
I'm just saying if he gets pulled up, you never know.
They're going to show up to Stockton, California for a Stockton Kings game next year. There's no chance.
Beautiful that time of next year.
By the way, that time in November, it is beautiful in Stockton, which, by the way, there's a funny story behind that. So when Caitlin Clark was at Iowa, the head coach of the men's basketball team was Fran McCaffrey. He was Keegan and Chris's coach also when they were at Iowa. So Caitlin was dating the son of the Iowa men's team's coach, who was also a player on that Iowa team. And then as soon as Caitlin went to the league, Dad got fired. Dad coaches at like Penn or something now. So they've all just gone their separate ways, but are somehow still connected by the fact that Caitlin Clark is dating former Iowa coach's son. But now they're all in like 5 different cities, but they all happen to be in Iowa at the same time.
So you got Patrick McCaffrey and you have Maxime Reynaud. And one more for you, Dylan Cardwell, the center from Auburn.
And what's his name? John Elmore, the guy who was cooking for the Stockton Kings. I love if you look at the ages of the players too on the list. It's like they're all 2002, and then Elmore's like 1994.
5.
Yeah.
1995, Mason Jones, 98.
The one old head, John Elmore, who I think it was like 7 or 8 years ago, he was cooking in the NCAA tournament for Marshall, but just the one old head pulling up to Summer League. the one 29-year-old.
But every team has one, though.
29-year-old at Summer League, that's kind of crazy.
Every team has one. Maybe not 29, but every team has one. It might be normally you have your Mason Jones, right? But that's pretty much it, 98.
Yeah, but Mason Jones also... Mason Jones is kind of like a tweener. Elmore has never played in the NBA. It's not like he was there and is now trying to get back. This dude has just never been in the league. But at 29 years old, he's still pulling up to Summer League, trying to get a roster spot. And by the way, won a championship with the Stockton Kings last year. So
yeah,
I'm not dissing the career. It's just funny to see one 29-year-old with a bunch of 22-year-olds at Summer League.
So they will be out in Vegas, as will I. And, I mean, in terms of who has the most to gain or lose from Summer League, it's funny. It feels like Devin Carter is both, but am I more so in the camp that he has more to lose? Whenever those expectations change, especially somewhere that, all right, and we've heard people already talk about it. Okay, you've been here for a year, you're an older rookie, and you've been put in trade talks as well. I think that Devin Carter is in a position where if he balls, let's say he just plays well, right? Everybody will say, well, he's one of the older. He's an older rookie, or he's not a rookie anymore, but, he's an older second-year guy. Let's see if he kind of balls out right here, and to what degree, or he doesn't ball out of control, and everybody says, second-year guy, man, Summer League, even though it's his only his second year in the league, he's a bit older. So I don't know, man. I think that we're getting to a point where it might be a little unrealistic because we've seen Devin Carter do stuff in the NBA.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much he can gain because my point is if he plays well, everyone's going to say he's supposed to be playing well.
I think this is one of the most unconventional situations going into Summer League because of two reasons. One is the age thing, like you mentioned. He is 23 years old and not a rookie. But the second part is the injury thing. Like, we didn't see him in Summer League last year. And while last year was his rookie season, he only played in, 38 games or something like that. So, in a weird way, this is his first offseason, including his draft process, just because he didn't go through Summer League last year. He didn't go through training camp because of the shoulder surgery. So, I guess you want to see him at Summer League at some point because he's not such a consistent roster player that he would be meriting skipping Summer League. Like if Keegan Murray came back his second year, I think he did the California Classic, but I don't think he was going to do Vegas Summer League. But Devin Carter's also not so locked in to his roster spot that he wouldn't potentially benefit from Summer League. To answer your question, though, I think he does have the most to gain and potentially lose, other than like the players who it's like, okay, this is their one shot at trying to make an NBA roster spot.
Right. If Nick Clifford or even Maxime Reynaud, if they have terrible Summer Leagues, it is what it is. It would be nice for them to not. And then obviously Nick Clifford, there's more pressure on him, I would say, than Maxime, even though Maxime, a lot of people saying, he kind of slipped to the second round, but he's actually a first rounder. We've talked to people that have said that. I don't think, and again, the Kings have two adults in the room, and we sat down with them and we love them. I just don't know. Yeah, Mason Jones, you need somebody. Mason Jones is kind of there at this point to make sure he's almost as if he's a vet of Summer League where it's okay. I'm going to help you guys learn the offense because and he probably knows that. I don't think I'm saying anything disrespectful.
No, wasn't he the MVP of the G League Finals or something?
So it's, hey, I'm going to help everybody because to that point too, this does look a lot different than a couple years ago. A lot has changed. The only names that have kind of survived now, it's obviously Devin Carter, but Isaiah Crawford, Isaac Jones, both of them have survived. And Isaac Jones is, he's got to play in it. Again, another guy that I don't know how much he has to gain from it at this point, besides just, okay, cool, you're still dominating. So if you look at Devin Carter, it should be a lot of Devin Carter. It should be a lot of Isaac Jones. And I don't even know how much Mason Jones is going to be because, again, I don't think he's to the point now where if Isaac Jones drops, maybe he drops 50 in every game, but if he averages 30 across the summer league, I don't know that the Kings are feeling any differently about it.
Mason Jones at this point, you know how we talk about there's only 450 roster spots in the NBA and everyone's trying to compete for one of those 450? Mason Jones is kind of like 451 right now, right? He was MVP of the G League Finals. He's been on two-way contracts with multiple teams now, but he's never gotten that fully guaranteed NBA contract from anyone. It's such a unique situation that Mason Jones finds himself in, right? Because I agree with your point. The players who already have roster spots, which are Devin Carter, Isaac Jones, Nick Clifford, and Maxime Reynaud, they don't have anything to lose because their roster spots are already guaranteed at this point. Mm-hmm. For a guy like Mason Jones, who's fighting for one of the two-way contracts, or Caitlin Clark's boyfriend's brother, right? They have more to gain because they're fighting for one of those two-way contract spots.
Yeah.
That for players who, the difference between John Elmore in the G League and Mason Jones is that two-way contract. For those guys fighting for the two-way contracts, it really does mean a lot because it is the difference between having an NBA future or being one of those guys that's just cycled around the G League.
Well, I'm just seeing here because I don't know where he's at, but the guy last year for the Warriors was Kevin Knox. He was cooking in Summer League.
Well, yeah, but he's a former lottery pick, right?
But I just looked here 2 days ago. This is Yahoo Sports. Knicks linked to reunion with former lottery bust Kevin Knox.
Oof. I don't know if this is still true, but as of before last season, Kevin Knox had the title of worst winning percentage of any player active in the NBA because he went from the Knicks when they were tanking to the Hawks when they were tanking to the Pistons when they really stunk. He just hit the trifecta of just awful teams. But yeah. He's a G Leaguer now, right? He was on the Warriors.
He was on the Warriors,
yeah.
And
he was on the actual team. He was just a deep bench guy, right?
Yeah, I don't know. He obviously didn't get any playing time during the playoffs,
time.
But he was with them. So just some of the names. I'm just looking here, to do a comparison. Because what did we say? Was it 90? What was it for Elmore? He was 90.
He was 95. So he's 28 years old. And also, by the way, if you've ever seen him, looks like he's 42. He is 28, but looks like he's 42.
Yeah. For example, the Warriors, the oldest player they have a couple of 99s and they have a 98, but they do not have a 95. And now we have to search as we approach the 1 o'clock hour. Who has an older player?
Who is the oldest player in the summer league?
Yes. And because it could easily be Elmore. On the other side, we continue the conversation. Got some text to read through as well. People want to know, enough with Kyle Kuzma. Why does he keep coming up? We'll explain when we return. Now on South Tech on Sports.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Dick's Deal Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus, 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers for brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dix.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Ho! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Jacob Wilson has missed a couple games with that right hamstring soreness, but the belief is he could return at some point during the A's homestand. Zach Geloff, out with that stress reaction in his ribs, has played a couple games for the AAA Las Vegas squad and also should be returning during the A's homestand. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222 and visit them at calldowntown.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Folsom Lake Ford announces the final days of employee pricing during the 4th of July Sell-a-thon, plus 0 down deals right now at your truck headquarters. FolsomLakeFord.com.
At Kids Care Dental and Orthodontics, we're all about summer smiles. During July, we're having our Summer Smiles special with $300 off braces or Invisalign with no money down if you start treatment in July. And you'll have a chance to win Legoland tickets. Go to kidscaredental.com for more information.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
Allen Stiles taking you up to 2 p.m. And Kyle, you said that you have not been able to find anybody.
I've gone through about 7 teams and I have not been able to find anybody playing in the summer league who is 29 years old, like John Elmore, Stockton King legend.
Anybody close?
We got, remember that little the I know you don't like the 5'8" guy for Oral Roberts in the NCAA tournament a couple years ago that beat I can't remember what team that was. But they went on like that Cinderella run. He's 25.
You're not talking about my guy from Kansas State.
No.
Noel?
Not Noel or whatever. Jalen Noel. Not Jalen Noel. No. The
or was it Marquise Noel? Something like that.
No, his name is Max Abesmus or Abmus. But everyone just remembers him as the like 5'8" point guard that was on Oral Roberts, and Oral Roberts beat some 2 seed in the tournament a bunch of years ago. He was on the Jazz Summer League team, I want to say. But a couple 99s, 98. Nobody so far is touching John Elmore as a 29-year-old showing up to Summer League.
Wow. Well, hey, like we said last week, if somebody, don't let anybody take your cleats off, don't let anybody take your sneakers off, and why not? If somebody's going to pay you, we can't do that. We can't clown people for, not that I clown people either way, but we can't clown people for going overseas, but then clown them for being in the G League at, how old is he? 29?
No, the G League is fine. I mean, the Stockton King, not to belittle the champion Stockton Kings, but the Stockton Kings kind of stacked their team with a lot of 28 and 29-year-olds last year.
It's the Summer League specifically.
That's the part. Is like, can't you let a 22-year-old from Stephen F. Austin just have a roster spot for 1 week of summer? This might be their only chance ever to be on an NBA kind of roster.
Right.
Elmore, you're going to come back to Stockton. Just let someone else have it.
Is there a world where they kept Elmore and Mason Jones together just so one of them wouldn't be the only old head on the team?
Mason Jones isn't an old head. Like, at least he's kind of similar in age.
There's 98s and 99s running around, like we said. Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't realize Mason Jones was that old. By the way, I just looked up the Rockets team. They've got a 97. His name is Kevin Harris. Is a 97. Still not 95 like our guy Elmore, but we're at least getting closer.
Looking here at some of the texts. This is from the 916. What is with the Kyle Kuzma obsession? He's never sniffed above competent anywhere except Washington, and that's because it's Washington. He shriveled up in the playoffs. He's going to magically get better and play good basketball once he's in Sacramento, because that happens all the time. That's from the 916. Well, I think he was better on the Lakers. That he had that year, and that's the thing. The Wizards, they got off his contract and did whatever the Wizards are trying to do because they got Middleton, but that year prior to, he had a good season. He played well in LA. Off the top of my head, whenever he first got to Washington, not this past season, but the season prior, he had a pretty good season. They stunk, but they had a pretty good season. Then this season after it, he was injured and just didn't play well.
Yeah, this is what's hard to figure out about the Kuzma thing, is like how much of him and Pool Boy and Jacuzzi, how much of that experiment affected his ability to play a role, right? Because he went from being just a number 2 who was chucking shots on a bad team to kind of doing the same thing in Milwaukee, but Milwaukee didn't need him to do that. So I don't really know what to do with Kyle Kuzma at this stage of his career.
Well, yeah. And the other part of this, it's not about Kyle Kuzma. We're done. So this is a Kyle Kuzma conversation in a different sense. We're not having a Kyle Kuzma conversation saying this is going to take us over the top. We're having a Kyle Kuzma conversation, wondering if it's just a better fit to see what Keegan Murray can do and how bad. And the other part of that conversation is how badly do you want to move on from DeMar DeRozan? Because it seems like DeMar DeRozan doesn't have much of a market. So if you don't like Kyle Kuzma, that's all fine and good. But the chance of moving on from DeMar DeRozan is getting slimmer and slimmer. So if you say to yourself, well, I'd rather have DeMar DeRozan than Kyle Kuzma, that's fine. I think contract-wise, I'd rather have DeMar DeRozan because next season doesn't have any of those guarantees. But as far as seeing what Keegan Murray can do, I think DeMar DeRozan, and it's not just about Keegan Murray. I think DeMar DeRozan slows down everyone's offensive growth if he stays on the Kings, which might be a reason other teams don't want to add him. But it's not just it's everyone, right? And that's not really DeMar's fault. You know what you sign up for. It's more so about what are you trying to accomplish? And if you're trying, and the Kings have told us, we are trying to accomplish 30, well, they're set at 38.5 wins, which would be good for tied for the 10 seed. If the Mavericks stink, they would both be at 38.5. So at this point, it's not about a couple of years ago. Sure, it was, oh my goodness, Kyle Kuzma can take this team. That was a completely different team. That's not why we're having Kyle Kuzma conversations now. It's different now.
Final update here. Of the 18 teams that have announced their summer league rosters, this is according to realgm.com. Of the 18 teams that are confirmed, Jake Elmore would be the oldest player, or sorry, John Elmore. John Elmore would be the oldest player of any of the summer league teams. We found one 1996, which is Keita Bates Diop, who was he used to play for the Timberwolves. Yes. But that's the only player born in 1995 or earlier in the summer league is our guy Elmore from the Stockton Kings.
Another 916. Hi, Allen. Thank you. I've enjoyed listening to you while I work. All things Kings for a while. I don't like the hopeless feeling. Seems I care too much and need to get a life. See you at the River Cats games. That's from Mimi. You are good at what you do. I just need a break. Hey, it's off season, Mimi. We get it. And you wake up this morning, and if you were not in the camp, now there's some in the camp of wanting to run it back, but if you are not in the camp of wanting to run it back, I understand why you might need a little break. And maybe something will happen, right? But as of right now, I would continue to say that, I guess fortunately or unfortunately, you look at the numbers, and that's why we've been trying to tell everyone running it back is this is Scott Perry doing his pro bono work, saying, okay, we'll do it your way, Mr. Vivek. We'll do it your way. We'll run it back with a point guard. And that kind of helps me anyway, because next season I'll have more flexibility. That's just it. That's just it.
Well, it could be.
It could be. We're not done yet.
Yeah.
We're not done yet.
Plus, I do think there is going to be another transaction, right? The decision or not decision to convert that Dennis Schroeder signing into a sign and trade where the Pistons don't get anything in return. They just get a trade exception. Mm-hmm. The decision to do that is precipitating another move, right? They don't do that, or they would have announced it by now if they didn't have a move already lined up. And I think that second move is contingent on how the Jonathan Kuminga situation resolves itself. And if Kuminga ends up going back to San Francisco, then do they then decide to move Malik Monk? And if they don't decide to move Malik Monk, what do they do with this now $14 million mid-level exception that they still have that they didn't use to sign Schroeder because Schroeder became a sign and trade? Now, you and I and a lot of people expect that it probably might be Russell Westbrook if they don't end up with Kuminga. That's not to say it's for sure going to be Westbrook, but a lot of the information is pointing towards If they don't land Kuminga, it's going towards Westbrook. But we just have to wait for the Kuminga situation to resolve itself. And I don't know if that's going to be a day, a week, 2 weeks. It's kind of in the camp of the Warriors and Kuminga to kind of figure out whether or not they're going to bite their lips and come back to the table.
From Brendan, I don't think it's our Brendan Nunez, says there's got to be someone as good that's cheaper in the 350 guys in the NBA and however many in the G League if we were just kicking the tires on Kyle Kuzma. You're just going to probably hold on to DeMar DeRozan if that's the case, right? I mean, again, you're trying to move off in this scenario. You're trying to move off of DeMar DeRozan. So yeah, they're out there, but it takes two to tango. And what we're seeing is right now, nobody wants to tango with the Kings as far as DeMar DeRozan is concerned. So that just is what it is. 1 o'clock hour coming up with you. 30 minutes of commercial-free local sports talk. NBA offseason grades and the battle of I-80 happened this weekend. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more. Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Off-season winners and losers so far. Seems like I don't know if the Kings are a winner or a loser. Probably just going to go with that incomplete again. But as far as that's concerned, right now, I guess you're winning because you have a better feeling on your point guard situation, but that's literally it. So slightly winning, if that is an option. Some of the other teams, obviously, that have made some moves throughout the league, the Orlando Magic, which feels like forever ago. Orlando Magic trading for Desmond Bane and signed Tyus Jones. They also got Jace Richardson and Noah Penda. The San Antonio Spurs, they get Dylan Harper via the draft, Carter Bryant as well, and they grab Luke Cornett. I would also say the Kings, I know a lot of people like the draft last season for them, but I would also say the Kings in what they did as far as the draft is concerned, a lot of people were impressed with them there. So they're definitely closer to winning than losing, even though, like I said, I would assume a lot of win totals went down, especially in the Western Conference. The biggest losers, the Pacers, obviously, the Miles Turner thing on top of Tyrese, that's a rough one. The Warriors haven't done anything so far. The Lakers do get Ayton. I wouldn't put the Lakers in that category.
Lakers getting Jake LaRavia and DeAndre Ayton?
I think look, Ayton's got bad PR. I know he's not the typical center that LeBron and Luka might like, but I also think he's more skilled than that.
I don't know. His bad PR was cooking this weekend. Did you see that story Jason Quick in The Athletic had about him being late for meetings all the time and team flights and slamming his hand down on the bench when he got taken out of games? And
that just shows grit.
It just shows bad PR.
Exactly. Somebody else does that, they want to win. DeAndre Ayton does it, and he's a bad teammate.
They said they couldn't deal with Ayton's antics anymore. They would rather just buy him out than have to bring him back for another season.
Obviously, that stuff is reported. I get it. But they also kept drafting centers. So let's not act like they were sitting there. Now, I don't know if it's a chicken or the egg thing, but it's not as if they really wanted DeAndre Ayton. They wouldn't stop. You could not stop them from drafting centers.
They wanted to make the Ayton thing work at the beginning, and Ayton just got to Portland, and he was putting up, 14 points a game, and no one could explain it. We thought he was going to put up, Kyle Kuzma numbers or Jordan Poole numbers on those bad teams, and he couldn't even get big numbers playing for them when he was sleeping on an air mattress, which is still the funniest story ever.
You got Jeremy. A lot of these guys couldn't stay on the court. The Blazers are a mess. I'm not sold that people are trying to do the thing. Oh, the Lakers get this player and now all of a sudden they're good again. I actually think DeAndre Ayton is pretty good.
Sure, but he's not the prototypical Luka Doncic center that I would have expected them to go get. I thought they would have tried to go get Clint Capella. I thought they would have tried to go for a Daniel Gafford type.
I hear you. But are you saying, are these guys, again, it's a fit conversation, because DeAndre Ayton is better than those guys.
Sure, you get who you can get, but
he's also better is what I'm saying.
Right, but it's when you have Luka Doncic and LeBron James, the other players on the floor kind of have to fit a role. Unless Ayton's going to be doing things in Los Angeles he wasn't doing in Portland when they're off the court.
I think you're overstating this Ayton thing. I mean, he's not a stretch five.
I mean, he blocks shots, which is good, but you kind of want someone to run the pick and roll, and you want someone who's going to rebound. I don't know
if some of that.
But that's not his.
He got a nice jump shot though. He got real
does
nice
he?
jump shot.
Yeah, he does. He does. He also shoots a good corner three, but
you got the Celtics in here. Why do you have the Celtics in here?
I mean, the Celtics just you give away Porzingis and Drew Holiday for nothing. I mean,
you got Anthony Simons.
And I guess, did you see the report today that they don't have to give up the draft picks anymore? It was originally 2 draft picks going the other way, and now it's just a straight up swap for Drew Holiday for Anthony Simons.
Yeah.
The Celtics lost their draft picks that they got in exchange. I mean, do you think turning, I know it's the second apron and there's rules and all sorts of stuff, but do you think turning Drew Holiday and Luke Cornett and Kristaps Porzingis into Anthony Simons is a great offseason?
No. I didn't say great offseason. I'm not saying you have winners and losers.
Right. I think the Celtics are kind of losers. I mean, they moved off the Drew Holiday contract, but I don't feel like
a tough spot.
They are in a tough spot, but they gave away Porzingis and got Georges Niang in return.
And I'm telling you, don't sleep on my boy Niang.
Niang and Anthony Simons instead of Drew Holiday, and
they'll still
Porzingis.
be a 4 seed because it's the East.
I don't know. Well, Jaylen Brown better have himself a season next year. There's no excuses for Jaylen Brown to not just cook.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Johnny, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Johnny? What you got for us?
Not much, man. I was just wondering if DeMar doesn't get traded for Kuzma, the Kings are probably going to have to get like some veteran power forward that upgrades over Dario Saric.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking maybe, what are you guys' thoughts on like a Thonmaker or Orlando Robinson, which, he's from Fresno, he's nearby. Winning Gabriel or Bol, which of the 4 would you take?
I mean, and thanks for the call, Johnny. Probably Bol. Probably out of that group you just said, Wenyen Gabriel or Bol.
By the way, Wenyen Gabriel is right now playing for that team that Valanciunas is trying to go jump to.
The Greek team?
Yeah, he's on their roster from last year. So that would be funny if they add Wenyen Gabriel, who's getting replaced on a Greek team by Jonas Valanciunas. That would be very funny. But honestly, to answer his question, look, Saric is on the team for now. I don't know how long Saric is going to be on the team, but I would rather just give Isaac Jones the runway with those 11 to 12 minutes that we're talking about at the backup 4.
Yeah, I didn't know where you were going with that. I was just going to say, as much as, look, where we're at now is not where we were at a couple months ago. And if you're just going to run it back, then just commit to the bit and come on back, Trey Lyles. Just come on back.
Trey Lyles movement.
He's better than anyone Johnny just said. That'd be my point.
For sure. He's better than Wenyen Gabriel.
Yeah.
I forgot who, Orlando Robinson. I mean, we've been there and done that with Orlando Robinson at this point. I guess, why hasn't Trey Lyles caught on anywhere at this point? Now, that's the thing. I'm like, is he waiting for one of these dominoes to fall, or is he just not getting a contract offer? Like, I don't know what is going on with that whole Trey Lyles situation.
Yeah, I don't either. And I don't have my problem was never with Trey Lyles. My problem was with him being sometimes the 6th guy, sometimes the 7th guy, when I think he should be starting as like an 8th guy off the bench. Just felt like the Kings needed him too much. Some of that was injury. And I think when you're looking at someone that I'm calling an 8th, 9th guy on the bench on a team that missed the playoffs, maybe that's your answer right there, where it's, okay, we like Trey Lyles. I think he's 30 or he's 20. And he's really close to 30, if not 30 already. So other teams are thinking, I mean, you can add him, but how much?
So Trey Lyles is 29 years old, which means I just looked up their birth dates to confirm. Trey Lyles is the exact same age as John Elmore, which is hilarious.
You leave John Elmore alone.
But Trey Lyles has been in the league for a decade. This was his 10th year in the NBA, and he's the same age as Elmore, who's pulling up to the summer league.
That's kind of crazy.
Elmore, let someone else have the spot.
They asked him.
Yeah, let someone be a good teammate and let some undrafted kid from Oral Roberts or Stephen F. Austin.
How do you think they asked him, though?
I don't know. He's going to be on the Stockton Kings next year. He's probably going to get a training camp invite.
Here's the deal. if it was, hey guys, they get all the vets into a room, right? And maybe they said, and like I said, I don't know how it goes down, but obviously Isaac Jones, Isaiah Crawford, hey, we know you guys are going. Devin, we know you're going. Keon's now graduated out, right? But we know from the Stockton Kings who's going, and now we're trying to figure out who isn't going, okay? So now, if they say, hey, guys, raise your hands, are you telling me Elmore's just not supposed to raise his hand?
Well, actually, I just looked up his Wikipedia. Here's another plot twist. He doesn't even play for the Stockton Kings anymore.
Well, he did.
Yeah, he just signed in Turkey. So he's either going to play in Turkey this year or he's going to get invited to training camp for the Kings.
That's on the Kings.
Sure. But brother, I hear Turkey's wonderful this time of year. Just go.
That's on the Kings, man.
Look, I just think you should, if you're 29 years old and playing in the summer league, just let one of the 20-year-olds have the roster spot. It might be the only time they get to wear an NBA jersey that kind of looks like an NBA jersey.
We don't know how this went down. That's what I keep saying.
I know how it ended up.
If they came to him and said, hey, we want you to go, he's not saying no.
I know how it ended up, and it ended with a 29-year-old playing in the damn summer league.
I'm just saying, it does not bother me. And you sound a little ageist right now, okay? Look, the only way it would bother me is if the Kings got put in a tough spot and they couldn't say no to him. But if they offered him, if they said, hey, we want you to go, then I got no problem with it.
He is 1 month younger than Trey Lyles, who just finished his 10th year in the league. Trey Lyles
Everyone's journey's different.
Trey Lyles is going to get health care from the NBA before John Elmore stops playing in the summer league. And look, I don't want to pick on him. We're just having fun.
Oh, you don't?
No, we're just having fun. But again, I hear Turkey is nice this time of year. He's going to go play for, Manisa Basket in Turkey this year. Mm-hmm. Go check it out. See what the life is like. I'm sure they're cashing him out pretty good.
The 530 says, I thought Lyles should have started before last season. I still think it'd be a good move. I don't. Because if we remember correctly, funny enough, 530 said before last season, which I don't know if 530 means 2024 or 2025, but that was the whole deal, right? Trey Lyles was basically, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Trey Lyles was basically supposed to beat out Harrison Barnes. There were kind of two things we were looking at throughout the season. That season that Mike Brown just didn't, you could say, I'm not saying he didn't get it done, but the team didn't get it done. That 2024 season, it was Trey Lyles beating out Harrison Barnes, and it was somebody beating out Kevin Huerter once it was determined that Kevin Huerter just wasn't going to be able to shoot. It was really those two things, and neither thing happened.
Yeah, I think it just got to a point with Trey Lyles where he was included in so many trade conversations that I guess you just kind of saw the writing on the wall. Like, we talk about trying to trade Kevin Huerter for a year and a half. People were trying to trade Trey Lyles in packages for a while.
Yeah.
And I think the other part of it, too, is the reason he came back was for Mike Brown, right? He talked about after the Beam Team season, this was the best fit he'd ever had in his career. He wanted to come back. He had found a role. He was a leader on the team. And then the team completely changed around him. And they had a deal in place to send him to Utah. And then the deal fell through and they just came back. And now everyone can go their separate ways.
916 says, Trey Lyles is a great piece of the puzzle. He's been one of our best bench players and a good 3-point shot. Yeah, at this point, if we got Johnny calling in, talking about Wenyen Gabriel and Bol, just bring back Trey Lyles. And again, I thought that this was a team, or when the conversation was this is a team that is improving, yet and we still got to do our RIP to John Collins, because that conversation's done. Well, and I really like that for the Clippers too.
At least for 1 year.
Yeah.
We can talk about that in a second, but finish your point first.
And now that it is turning into the possibility of running this thing back, with that being said, then I don't have a problem bringing Trey Lyles back because you're running it back anyway, right? The market, and we're not even talking about the free agents as far as free agent, I guess, forwards or wings are concerned. So if that's not the case, and just looking here, you have guard forwards, and then you have forwards, and then you got wing forwards. I mean, and you got center forwards as well.
You have stretch forwards.
By the way, how dare, I'm looking here at the list. You got Damian Lee. I'm taking Trey Lyles over Damian Lee.
Oh, Splash brother-in-law?
Yes, the brother-in-law. Amir Coffey, he's still a free agent? Huh.
I'm sure.
By the way, how dare NBA.com? This is getting so ridiculous, this wing thing. How dare they? So they have a G and then dash an F, and then they have straight G. So guard forward and then straight guards.
Yeah.
How dare they put an F, a G and an F next to Ty Jerome's name? This is getting a little ridiculous now.
Yeah.
Don't even try it, Kyle. Don't try it.
They should just call it wings at this point.
He's a guard, but he is a point guard.
He's a shooting guard. A lot of the time.
Then who's not a wing then? Who are you not throwing? Let's see who doesn't have a G or who doesn't have an F.
That's just a wing.
Giddy. Taylor Horton Tucker is just a guard. Malcolm Brogdon's just a guard.
Yeah, Malcolm Brogdon.
Is getting ridiculous, man.
Malcolm Brogdon is one of those hybrid wings / guard.
No. He's got no F.
No, but I'm saying he's a point guard also, right? Like there's ball handlers, wings, and front court players. Basically, there's big men and tall men after that. But
Landry Shamet is just a guard.
Yeah, all he can do is shoot. That is a capital S shooting guard right there. All that dude does is just catch and shoot.
Seth Curry, just a guard.
Yep, all he does is catch and shoot.
Your boy, Mac McClung.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I've ever watched him play actual basketball since college. But in college, he was awesome. I don't know what he's doing now.
Bruce Brown, guard forward. That's not as bad as...
Bruce Brown? That's a forward, right? That Bruce Brown's going to be playing 4 for the Nuggets this year.
Tim Hardaway Jr., guard forward. Lonnie Walker, the 4th guard forward.
This
is crazy.
Again, what is your point again?
That they're not forwards.
They're wings.
This wing thing is just kind
DeMar DeRozan's not a forward, but they put DeMar DeRozan as a wing.
He's more of a forward than Ty Jerome.
Okay, that is true. That is true.
I mean, this is crazy now. So the biggest winners and losers, obviously the Rockets. They might be the biggest winner.
Yeah, I mean, you land Kevin Durant. And by the way, that Dorian Finney-Smith contract isn't guaranteed in the last 2 years either. So it's a 4-year contract that's basically a 2-year contract. So good on the Rockets for negotiating that one. I think that's kind of the easy one, though, right? Is the Rockets are probably the biggest winners of the offseason. Maybe the Hawks.
Yeah, no, I have the Rockets. I'm just pulling everyone up here. I have the Rockets and the Hawks. And I mean, the Nuggets getting Cam Johnson, I thought was huge.
I guess, yeah, but that one is tough because of having to give up the 2032 unprotected first. And I'm not even worried about whether or not the pick becomes a lottery pick or not. It's just that they only have but so many picks they can still trade. And the fact that they dumped one of them, probably their best pick, for moving off of Michael Porter Jr.'s contract, I feel like that was a risky decision that the Denver Nuggets made, because if this Cam Johnson thing doesn't work, or Cam Johnson gets hurt, or the Bruce Brown thing doesn't work, or Valanciunas goes to Greece, like they don't have a ton of pivots that they can make because they traded that 2032 first rounder to get off of Michael Porter Jr.
Milwaukee Bucks.
I guess it just depends how you feel about the Damian Lillard move. I was listening to a podcast and they were kind of saying like Miles Turner is basically what Brook Lopez was 5 years ago at this point, which I thought was an interesting way to look at it. Is like they subtracted Brook Lopez but added, young Brook Lopez, but the problem is they also don't have Drew Holiday or Chris Middleton anymore. So I don't know how much paying essentially $45 million a year, if you count the Damian Lillard buyout, which is a term they had to do to get Miles Turner. I don't feel like paying $45 million a year for young Brook Lopez is fixing the Bucks' problems at this point.
Yeah, I would probably throw, we were talking about the Rockets. I would say the Magic, especially in a season with no Tatum or Halliburton. I think the Magic got a lot better.
On the surface, yes. I just want to wait and see how Bane fits in, because I think that trade, if Bane is going to be their number 2 and Wagner is going to be their number 3, I feel like that is a great trade. But if Bane is just going to be what he was on Memphis, then I feel like that trade isn't as good. I feel like I just want to see what Bane looks like first.
Yeah. And you're paying him a good amount of money, but you think he's young enough that they'll all kind of grow together.
Well, and you also don't have to pay Paolo yet.
Right. And they'll all kind of grow together, and they'll just go from there. The 916 is a bit upset about the Kings not taking a swing at Cam Whitmore. So Cam, that also happened. A lot to break down, man, and over these last couple days. But Cam Whitmore, 2 second-rounders to Brooklyn,
Washington.
to Washington. Both of them, they're just out here. But to Washington,
I don't know. The king of second-round picks, though, is Danny Ainge. That dude, Danny Ainge, if he can get his hand on a second-round pick, he is doing it in a heartbeat.
And now people are making, your team is cooking when you make a graphic. That's how you know the Schroeder thing was kind of a nothing burger, because no graphics were made. Who's stopping this team? Even the Wizards got a graphic, because now who is it? Middleton,
CJ
McCollum,
Marcus Smart.
You got Smart. You got, who is it? Sarr.
They got Sarr. Well, this is the interesting thing with the Wizards, because they now have a starting 5 of overpaid old heads and a starting 5 of young players, which I don't know how that's going to work out for them. But it's like the old dudes, it's like Middleton, Smart, Brogdon, CJ McCollum.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes is still there. I don't know if you realize that. He's still there making the contract that Monty McNair paid him all those years ago. And then the young guys, it's like you got Bub Carrington and Cam Whitmore and Alex Sarr and Trey Johnson. So they've got a group of young guys and a bunch of old dudes that make a lot of money.
So
and 1,000 second round
winners
picks.
Though the Wizards?
I like what they're doing, but I have no idea if any of the players. I think the process is correct. It all is dependent on whether Sarr or Trey Johnson or any of those young guys becomes a star. Which at this point, do you think Alex Sarr is going to be a future All-Star? I don't know.
I think it's too early. I think it's too early to tell.
That's what's hard about it.
The first team to master the 2 timelines, not the Warriors, not the Kings.
Master is a very kind way to phrase that.
They will be, not the Celtics, the Washington Wizards.
And then they're just going to let all that money expire this summer, have $120 million in cap space, and spend it on what? Kuminga? Are they going to be the team that finally cashes out Kuminga?
Yeah, maybe.
The last one that I think is interesting was the Clippers, not because of any particular move that they did, but I feel like I understand their timeline a lot better now, because they gave Harden a 2-year deal with an opt-out after the first year.
Right.
And Kawhi has 2 years and $50 million each year left on the deal. I think it's like 2 for 101 or something. So Harden's got 2 years left. Kawhi's got 2 years left. I don't think that John Collins' move in and of itself makes that much of a difference, but what is really interesting is that Norman Powell was Kawhi's best friend on the team, and they traded him for not a lot. Like, they'd got John Collins for a year, which is fine, but if Kawhi didn't want that move to happen, I think Kawhi probably could have shut that down, and they didn't. So maybe they're thinking, hey, after Harden and Kawhi are done in 2 years, that's it. They're not getting another contract. They're both going to be in their late 30s, but the Clippers look like they're they got like a 2-year window left to make this thing work. And it seems like they're kind of making moves without consultation of their stars.
When we return, Miami's got their guy, and it's not DeMar DeRozan. What does that mean for the Kings moving forward? Also, the Battle of I-80 went down this weekend. Were you there? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Fidium Fiber.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA3 Weather Center for your Monday. Spotlighting sunshine, a light delta breeze during the day, and it'll keep temperatures normal in the low 90s. As we get into the overnight hours, the delta breeze picks up with some cool air on top of it. We start off the day in the 50s for Tuesday morning. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
It's about time they
fixed that pothole.
Invented better windshield wipers.
Made an internet that just works. Fidium Fiber Internet, starting at only $30 a month. It feels like Fidium. Offer available to residential customers only. Terms and conditions apply. See Fidium.com for details.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure. Dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time, but Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635355.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average male's distance of 138 yards and average female's of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests, Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo.
Sponsored by Trex Racing Cage, Chicken Fingers, and Naturewood Home Furnishings. Tickets at catpfest.com.
It's the 4th of July Cellathon at Folsom Lake Ford and the final days of employee pricing, plus low finance rates with approved credit. Hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, folsomlakeford.com.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
There were a couple baseball games this weekend as the Giants take 2 out of 3 from the A's. The A's gave them that beat down in game 1, though.
Denzel Clark hit the longest homer in Sutter Health Park.
Yeah, that was an absolute tank. And this was from the 4th of July game. A's announced, Chris Biederman, A's announced attendance tonight versus the Giants, 12,322, which they say is a sellout. It's their largest home crowd of the season in West Sacramento. And look, we expected that. Good on Sacramento for showing up and showing out. If anybody was in the building, 916-339-1140, let us know how it went. Text line, call line, and of course the Sack Chat. Kyle, you didn't go to any of them, did you go to one of them?
I went to one game. I went on Saturday when Rockland's Logan Webb was pitching for the Giants.
That's the one.
So I got to go to that one. It was cool that because it was like 80% Giants fans, probably more than that. I mean, the Giants fans were super loud, which obviously there's a ton of Giants fans in San Francisco, but it was super cool for him to come home for his first ever start in Sacramento, and he got a standing ovation walking off the field. He pitched, I think, 6 2/3 or something like that, but that was one of the coolest moments of the season, was getting to see Logan Webb get a loud standing ovation as he walked off the mound in Sacramento.
And yeah, they got that W. I mean, just homers flying everywhere throughout that whole weekend,
including that one. Tyler Fitzgerald hit one that wasn't supposed to be a homer, but Soderstrom knocked it out of the park. So it was a fun weekend of baseball. And I don't know if you saw the videos of the fireworks show on July 4th, because they did that so well with obviously they do it there every year along the bridge, but to do that and then incorporating the stadium fireworks, they did a great job with that.
Yeah, well, they have a pretty good system just based on, they do fireworks every Friday and Saturday for the River Cats. So they got a pretty good system out there going on for them. And then obviously when they switch over to the A's, I saw limited, and I've already gotten enough trouble on this show, so I'm going to chill out now. But I saw limited, a little bit of trolling from the Giants flagship out there in the Bay, just silly stuff. Nothing like when the A's visited the Giants, and I was kind of on the side of, what is your point?
The Giants doing the Oakland is welcome here situation.
Yes, yeah, when we all know that was their whole goal to begin with. But the kind of arguments. And yeah, they just some stuff about I-80, what KMBR kind of joked about. But besides that, it was fairly chill. And I got a good feeling. I know, I can't say for certain, but I'm pretty sure I know who runs the account there. So
what, you're going to reach out to him?
No, I like I said, I am done for the day. I'm not, I'm turning my phone off after this, but that's a lie. But
yeah, you don't do that.
There were definitely, this is what it was. I found it. So somebody said, and I'm sure you saw this too, because I've seen this myself. I went to Phillies A's, and I don't know why it happened, but basically, I just can't help myself. Basically, I'm over by the beer garden, right? Where if you walk into Sutter Health and you make a left and just keep going all the way down in left field, as I'm sitting eating my sliders, I see at least 7 to 10 people standing, right? They're standing. And the guest services they whip out these folded chairs to unfold them. And I believe there were people's seats. So I don't know the rules on that. Now, fast forward, somebody pulled this out for A's Giants where there's a picture that went viral of the same fold-out chairs, and somebody took a screenshot saying, or took a picture saying, not joking, this is my seat for $150, right? And it's a fold chair like you're at a barbecue this weekend.
Okay.
So then KNBR basically are sending out, just, hey, who's at the ballpark? Let's get more pictures. And they get more pictures of these folded chairs. And they say premium seating available throughout the entire yard. It's pretty bad.
That's a good joke. That's a good joke if you're trying to.
And it went viral. It went viral, of course. But
if you're trying to poke fun, that's a pretty good joke. But I think. Why have we not heard of? I guess the reason
I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen.
I guess the reason why we haven't heard about it in the same way is, one, this is San Francisco media pointing it out, but two, every ticket was $150 to get into the stadium over the weekend.
I mean, I know that they were expensive, and more people. So I'm just now clicking on the comments.
Yeah,
and more people are posting the chair. It's just
I've seen that. Yeah,
and it's not a lie. It's not, because you can see it's literally in their ballpark.
Yeah. No, it's definitely what it is. I've seen them do that before.
So can you at least have because for me with the Phillies, they didn't even have the chairs ready. They had to go out and fold. You gotta at least have can you spray paint them green?
That's a great point.
They're
red.
Ones is crazy.
I might be doing a rude joke here, but do you think that they don't fold them out at the beginning because if nobody shows up in the seats, you don't have to undo the chair?
No. But I'm saying Phillies, obviously
Giants.
My guess is that they probably were already unfolded. But Phillies, I don't know if it snuck up on them. They didn't know the seats were purchased. And yeah, you don't want to go through unfolding them if they don't show up. But no, don't have them for the Tigers. Because my guess is those seats don't even get offered at every game. Those seats are not getting offered for the Angels.
That's probably a good point. They're probably there only on the weekend series to accommodate whatever you want to call extra seating. I don't know. I don't know if that technically counts as extra seating, but I don't know. I think the whole Sutter Health. This is like the ninth silliest thing though that's happened at Sutter Health Park, right? The whole experience is somewhere in between Major League and Minor League Baseball, which makes it unique.
Yeah.
But it also, for people who are used to Major League environments, it all is very, very silly. But I don't know. I guess when you're the Giants, you can poke fun at that because you're the Giants. You're a Major League team walking into this tiny ballpark that you feel like you are better than because the A's are actively choosing to do this.
It still doesn't leave a great taste in my mouth because obviously the Giants were a part of it. And funny enough, it's their ballpark, their minor league ballpark, but it's their ballpark.
It's their affiliate.
They're all their fingerprints are all over this, but it doesn't bother me anywhere as bad as the stuff that they tried to pull out there in San Francisco with the 510 415 unite crap.
No, but
it doesn't bother me anywhere nearly as much.
But even to your point, this is the ninth dumbest thing that's happened at Sutter Health Park this season. When you talk about the bullpens being, or I'm sorry, the clubhouses being out in the outfield and the scoreboard breaking down and the drone on the field and the mounds and all the stupid stuff that's happened. There's weird stuff that happens at a minor league ballpark.
Yeah.
It happens. The sound systems are weird.
Did you say the bat?
Which one? Which was the bat? Yeah, the actual bat, not the baseball bat. The bat in the net. The microphone stopped working. The scoreboard, the not the main scoreboard, but the side scoreboards keep going out randomly throughout the games. It's just weird stuff is going to happen at a minor league ballpark.
Now I'm looking, somebody saying, this whole thing is, and we got to get to a break, but now people are saying those are for companions of those that are disabled. But unless this initial person is lying, I don't know. I've seen them whip the chairs out. That's all I know.
But I've also seen that before where there are specific ADA seats built into the ballpark. This isn't necessarily like, oh, we're adding additional seating for that too. Maybe it is, but then that would make the KNBR people look like jerks.
When we we don't know, but it's over now.
They also have ADA specific seating at Sutter Health Park.
Exactly.
That's not to say that this isn't what it is. But
I think it's a combination of both. It's just a lot of people that park is not supposed to hold.
Yeah, and if the guy is complaining about that being his $150 seat if he's sitting in an ADA compliant section, then that's a problem, right?
Yeah, that's a large problem. All right. Whitey Gleason joins us to close out the show. Don't move a muscle. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Dick's Steal Days are happening now. You won't want to miss our biggest sale of the summer. Scorecard members earn a $20 bonus reward on your purchase of $150 or more. Plus, 3 days of amazing savings start Tuesday. Check out offers for brands like Nike, Adidas, Hoka, and Stanley. And check back daily for new one-day deals Tuesday through Thursday. Score the season's hottest savings before they're gone on July 10th. Shop in the app and on Dix.com. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are 2 new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531, 808-2531 for more.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Get a great deal on your new Silverado at the Maida Chevy Silverado Superstore.
Great selection, great factory financing and incentive.
And great Maida Chevy savings on every new Silverado in stock.
Online at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
$15 more minutes with you, and
only 15 more
That's
with
right.
Allen?
That's
Why don't
right.
you hang out with us today? A couple hours.
Me?
Yeah.
Is Kyle Draper in?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Mm.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Here we go.
No, I just think, you know what? And it's interesting now. Let's take it. It's not about Kyle, but where no, I'm just on a roll today.
Allen Stiles making friends.
Yeah. Where the landscape is with sports talk radio, I do wonder, because I wasn't really in the industry yet when it was the 3-person shows, because they've kind of been waves, right? There's been 2-person, 3-person, 2-person, 3-person, and now it feels like, at least out here, I'm trying to remember when I went to Chicago. Even in Chicago, a lot of it is the 3-person show is done.
Yeah.
Right?
I think, yeah.
And how was that? Well,
it was one person too many, frankly.
Yeah.
Nothing against anybody, but it's like, yeah.
Pat, Tom, and Cody, obviously, they do their thing, right? For KNCI, they did their thing.
Not anymore.
Yeah. For KNCI, but specifically
continuing to make friends, Allen Stiles.
Specifically with sports talk radio, I mean, and then you got a producer in there too.
Right.
Somebody not getting the rock.
Yeah, the answer is the producer.
You think I could do a 3-person show?
No, not unless they cloned you twice.
Then I'd fight with myself.
Yeah, you would.
Then I would fight with myself.
I was a better baseball player. No, I was.
No, what I should
taller.
do is I should take clips of you talking and then just edit it together to make it sound like it's you having a debate with yourself.
They've done that with Skip Bayless a lot, where it's been Skip just saying 2 different takes. And
I think I could do that. We could go to lunch one day and just for an hour have the fake Styles arguing
just
back
going
and forth.
back and forth. Whitey, how was your 4th of July weekend? Weekend, man.
It was. Went by fast though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Whoosh. Somebody was out there on the golf course.
I was.
You were. That's what I mean. Yes.
And it was not good.
It's
time for a lesson. I've given up. I can't.
But you said you hooked one into oblivion or something?
Yeah.
Where were you playing?
That was at Silverado.
You played at Silverado?
Yeah, I got a buddy who's a member there.
Wow.
They probably won't let me back. That's how bad it was.
They won't let me back because I caddied there once, and I was the worst caddy ever during the
How are you a bad caddy?
I didn't know what I was doing, and I was
A
terrible.
baddie.
Yeah, I was awful. Somebody said,
Wrong
just come
club.
out. And I didn't know how to do it. Someone said, come on out. It'll be fun. Well, there's a lot of stuff you got. I was like 15, skipped
Right.
a day of school. And I was terrible. I didn't know where to stand or anything. I didn't know.
You think
I should have been out there.
You think after 78 years they would let you back on the course, huh? If this is when you're 15.
They still have my picture up there, yeah.
Well, so the main thing is, right?
Back then, so you want a spooner or a mashie?
Right.
Yeah.
Huh. There for me, there's a lot of, hey, let's try to keep it under the trees here. So it's a lot of curved eight irons
coming out from under the trees.
Mhm.
Oh, that's easy. I'm a master of that because I'm in the trees all the time.
Yeah,
You gotta play it back in your stance. Play that 7 iron out of there. Punch it.
Yeah, I did the 8 on accident. And,
a little too much loft.
yeah. Little too much loft. What were your thoughts, Whitey? Yeah, we covered a lot on this show, and I got some calls to make after it. What were your calls on?
Why did the whole Kuminga thing just become totally insane?
I don't know.
With reporters going after each other and fans going after each other.
Yeah. It's the Warriors Kings. It's a rivalry.
Yeah, I guess. But, I mean, this is how things go.
Yeah.
One team makes an offer. The other team says, no, thanks. But instead it's like, how dare they say no to that?
Right. Well, fine. Keep them. Keep them and pay them then.
I know. It's like, what are we doing?
Warriors have no leverage. None. They have to. They have to do this deal.
They have to take this trade. What's wrong with them?
As if
How
this
can
is
no one see that?
As if this is actually affecting the leverage too. It's right, like your comment is now directly impacting the amount of leverage that they have.
It just got real, and I know you were, if not in the middle of it, you were right there.
Yeah.
You know, and I was just reading it going, man, we've all gone crazy.
Mhm.
I didn't quite understand some of it.
Yeah, and I know you guys are going to go over all of it, even though nothing happened, right? And we had Brett Seagull on just trying to break down, hey, the word leverage was used so much, and you know, Kings fans felt like the Warriors had no leverage. Warriors fans felt as if they did have leverage, not as if the Kings did or not. And Anthony Slater I loved how Anthony Slater posted it at, what was it? Maybe 8:00 last night, just saying, okay, here's what actually went down. And
You mean the Anthony Slater that's on our show today at 2:30?
Is he?
Yeah.
Locked in.
Slater scoop.
That one?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So, him just kind of letting everyone know, hey, this is where we're at.
Right.
It's
He's the Kuminga whisperer.
Yes, the adult in the room, if you will. And I mean, speaking of some of the deals that could or couldn't get done, now Norman Powell to the Heat. We had Brett Seagull on. We were trying to convince ourselves that maybe the Bucks would feel like they needed a scoring punch to convince Giannis to stay, but I don't know. DeMar DeRozan, Malik Monk, whoever, I don't know if anybody's going to get moved. It might be running it back.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of things can still happen, but I never subscribed to the theory that teams that were looking for Durant or a big scorer were, if they didn't get him, going to go, all right, we'll get DeRozan.
Mm-hmm.
I never bought into that, and that obviously doesn't appear to be the case right now.
Yeah, so it is something to
Run it
kind of
back.
keep an eye. Yeah, run it back.
Ready for Russell Westbrook?
Yeah. That's not
Sean Cunningham said this.
But do they actually? Why do they need Russell Westbrook if they have Dennis Schroeder? What am I missing there?
Dennis Schroeder's only going to play like 28 minutes.
Is Russell Westbrook? Is he a wing now too?
Kind of.
No,
he rebounded like 11 rebounds a game once.
Did you hear we were talking about all these guard dash forwards?
No, I didn't hear that part.
So
Yeah,
NBA.com has guards and guard dash forwards. Why do they have Ty Jerome guard dash forward? What are we doing?
Yeah. Wasn't this the first time during the draft where some guys were W? Did you see that?
I
think
did
it's the
see
first
that.
time.
I did see that. It just means you're not a point guard.
Yeah.
You're not a center and you're not a point guard. So here's
Yeah.
a W.
Although years ago when the Kings would draft, it would say WTF. I remember that. So
that was good.
Yeah.
I like that.
What else is coming up on the show, Whitey?
Isn't that enough, Alan? Yes.
Here, Whitey, I need you to help us. We had a big debate on the show earlier today. So
I know exactly what this is about.
Kings announced their summer league roster, right?
Yeah. By the way, what do you think of my shirt? Bench mob.
Oh, yeah.
Don't mess with
That's
the
like
bench mob.
20, this shirt's like 25 years. This shirt's probably older than him.
It probably is.
Yeah.
So anyways,
Yeah, sorry.
Kings announced their summer league roster. Of the 18 teams I found that have announced their rosters, the Kings have the oldest player of any team at the summer league, John Elmore.
I did hear you talking about that. Yeah. He brings experience to the roster.
But for Summer League.
Right.
Shouldn't you just give that spot to some 20-year-old from New Mexico State or Stephen F. Austin, who's never going to be on an NBA team, but this might be their only chance to be on an NBA kind of team?
Maybe there's a story there. Maybe that's your next book.
Yeah. For the next John Elmore. Like John Elmore, you've had your time, right? Stockton King champion. He's going to go play in Turkey next year. You've had your chance.
But there's no problem, Whitey. If the Kings come to you and say, "Hey, we want to send you to Summer League. We know you're an elder statesman, but we think you could help out." You're not saying no.
Certainly not.
So Kyle is saying he should have given up his spot because he's a grizzled vet.
Why would they ask him to go? He's 29 years old. He's older than Trey Lyles.
That's what you got to find out. That's the investigation that you need to do. Whitey Gleason is coming up next.
Drive Guys are coming up next.
I was getting there.
Yeah.
Drive Guys coming up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you to Brett Seagull. Thank you to all the callers, sexers, sack chatters. Until tomorrow, secure the bag. Like to be.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything